have to switch.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jeffrey Kotkowski. My last name is spelled K-O-T-K-O-W-S-K-I.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up a little bit. I don't know if that's fine or not. Okay. How are you employed, sir?
I'm a member of the Massachusetts State Police
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
since March of 2012.
And prior to working for the State Police, where, if anywhere, did you work?
I was a police officer at Boston University
How long did you work at Boston University?
for about 4 years.
And what's your current rank?
I'm currently a sergeant.
And what's your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Unresolved Cases Unit.
What does that mean?
We conduct investigations on unsolved cases, unsolved homicides, unidentified people, unsolved rape cases
And how long have you been doing that?
for a little over 1 year.
And do you have any particular geographic area that you're assigned to with regard to the unresolved unit?
Yes, I'm assigned to Norfolk County.
And prior to being assigned to the unresolved unit, what was your assignment?
I was a trooper assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And when were you promoted to sergeant?
November of 2024.
And how long were you assigned to the detective unit with the Norfolk DA's office?
I started there in July of 2016.
And when you were assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office detective unit, what were your typical responsibilities?
The primary function for me was we investigated sudden or suspicious deaths within Norfolk County.
And directing your attention to May 15th of 2020, did you become involved with an investigation in Dover?
Yes.
And on May 15th, what type of investigation was it?
At that time, it was a missing person investigation.
And what was your role?
I was assigned to be the case officer.
And when you say case officer, what does that mean?
That means I was assigned to be the lead detective on the case.
And would there be other detectives who would be involved?
Yes,
And where would they be from?
from local towns. In this case, it was the Dover Police and the Dedham Police.
And would there be other troopers that would be involved?
Yes,
And where would they come from?
they would come from the unit I was in, the State Police Detective Unit, Norfolk County. And there's also troopers from Crime Scene Services that also assisted in this case.
And can you explain the relationship between the Massachusetts State Police and local towns with regards to missing persons or unintended deaths?
Yes, so we work hand in hand with local law enforcement almost on a daily basis. We work together on all those cases.
Okay. So on May 15th, on Friday, May 15th of 2020, what was the first thing that you did?
The first thing I did was I went to the Dover Police Station.
And about what time of day was it?
It was early evening.
And what did you do while you were at the Dover Police Station?
So I conducted a phone interview with Stephen Rocker. And I also interviewed Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, Vincent.
And was that on the phone with Vanessa Pettigrew?
No, that was in person at the station.
And when you met with Vanessa Pettigrew and her husband, what, if anything, happened during that interview?
She consented to her cell phone to be extracted, the data from her phone.
And did she sign paperwork in connection with her cell phone?
She did.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
And what, if anything else, did you do while you were in Dover that evening? And who else was present when you interviewed Mr. Fanninsteel? Was that in person or on the phone? Okay. And what, if anything, happened with regard to Kurt Fanninsteel during that interview? Okay. And what, if anything else, did you do on Friday the 15th? What were the search warrants for? Okay, and what was your understanding about whose iPhone the search warrant was for? Okay. And were those search warrants executed?
Yes.
Approximately what time were those search warrants executed?
So the search of the hotel and the home on Valley Road was approximately 4 a.m.
So we're now into the 16th?
Correct.
Okay. So 4 a.m. into the 16th, search warrants were executed at Valley Road and at the Residence Inn?
Correct.
And were you present during the search warrant execution?
I was present for the search warrant at Valley Road.
And who else was present at Valley Road?
Other members from the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County, as well as crime scene services and local law enforcement.
What is crime scene services?
They're troopers who document evidence with photographs and collect evidence.
And approximately how long were you at 29 Valley Road on the 16th?
Approximately 3 hours.
Okay. And did you do anything else in the early morning hours of the 16th?
No.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened later in the day on May 16th?
So later in the day, I went to Norwood Hospital.
About what time did you go to Norwood Hospital?
It was late morning, early afternoon.
And who, if anyone, did you meet with when you first went to Norwood Hospital?
When I first went there, I met with some Dedham detectives.
And then after that, well, who were the Dedham detectives?
Detective Poro, Detective Gonski, and Detective Mahoney.
And was that inside the hospital or outside of the hospital?
Outside in the parking lot of the hospital.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
So I met with Ailish Wilkie after that
And where did you meet with Ailish Wilkie?
in the parking lot.
Was it easy to get into the hospital during that time period?
No,
Why not?
because of COVID-19.
And after meeting with Ailish Wilkie, what, if anything, happened?
I ended up going into the hospital into a family waiting room.
Was that right then, or was it later in the day?
It was later in the day.
And when you went into the family waiting room, what, if anything, happened?
So at that time, I had an interview with the defendant.
Okay. And who else was present?
In the room at that time, it was myself and Detective Gonski from Dedham Police.
And how did the defendant end up in the waiting room?
He walked to the waiting room.
How was he dressed?
He was dressed in a hospital gown.
And were you able to see him coming into the room?
Yes.
Did he have any difficulty walking?
No.
And can you estimate his height and weight?
I'd say he's well over 6 feet, well over 200 pounds.
All right, Ms. Gilman, could we please have Exhibit 65? Trooper, what can be seen in Exhibit number 65? Sergeant, I'm sorry.
So that's a view from the hallway looking into the family room that we were in.
Okay, and could we have 66, please? What is in 66?
That's a view from inside of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit 67? What can be seen in this?
Again, that's inside the family waiting room with a view towards the hallway.
Can you explain, was there furniture in this room on May 16th?
Yes, there were just chairs around the perimeter of the room.
How many chairs were there approximately?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And when you said they were around the perimeter, where was the defendant seated when you were speaking with him?
He was seated with his back directly to the glass that looks out to that hallway,
Okay. And where were you seated?
across from him, facing from the viewpoint here, facing that hallway.
The point that you had?
Yes,
And where was Detective Gonski seated?
she was to my right next to me.
Okay. And could we please have Exhibit 68? What is this?
It's another photo of the family waiting room.
And could we please have Exhibit number 69? What is in Exhibit 69?
Another photo of the family waiting room with the door shut.
You can have the lights back on, thank you. Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was
How was it recorded?
with the portable audio recorder.
Where was the portable audio recorded located in the room?
I believe it was on a table next to Detective Gonski on our right side.
Okay, was it between you and Detective Gonski or farther away from you and closer to Detective Gonski, if you recall?
If I recall correctly, it was on the right side of her on a table.
Okay. And how were you dressed?
I was in plain clothes, a shirt, tie, and dress pants.
And did you have any protective gear on at that time?
I was wearing a face mask.
What kind of face mask were you wearing?
And 95?
Okay. And what about Detective Gonski and the defendant? Did they have masks on?
They did.
All right. Did you provide the defendant with his Miranda warnings?
I did.
May I approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 280. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's a waiver of Miranda form.
And do you recognize any signatures on it?
I do.
What signatures do you recognize?
I recognize my signature, Detective Gonski's signature, and the defendant's signature.
What's the date and time?
5/16/20, 5:21 p.m.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to play exhibit number 4, which is the statement.
Can we approach side by side?
Yes. All right, so jurors, you're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Mr. Tuerk, concerning the crime that he is charged with. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, that the defendant made the statement that he is alleged to have made, and number two, that he made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by a defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including his intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. So to state the general rule once again, you may not consider any statement that the defendant is alleged to have made unless the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt both that the defendant made the statement and that he made it freely, voluntarily, and rationally. If the Commonwealth has met that burden, then you may consider the defendant's statement and rely upon it as much or as little as you think proper, along with all of the other evidence in this case. Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize. Could you give the additional instruction I should have asked when we were on the sidebar? You can approach if that'd be helpful. Thank you.
So, jurors, some of the exhibits that you're going to get in this case have what we call redactions in them, which means that some information was excised or taken out of the exhibit, whether it's a written document, perhaps an audio tape, etc. You are not to speculate as to what was taken out of any one document, and that is because it was taken out for reasons that are not relevant to your consideration of the evidence, and/or the information that was taken out is not admissible in the courts of our Commonwealth. So please don't speculate if there's an area that has been whited out or perhaps even blacked out. Don't speculate at all. Okay.
Your Honor, could we pass out the binders at this time for the jurors?
Yes.
And for one for the court and Mr. Reddington if you'd like one.
Okay, and this is an agreed transcript of the interview that's about to be played?
Yes.
Okay, so jurors, you're going to get a transcript of the interview that's about to be played? And you're going to mark one as well?
I think one's marked already, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so jurors, one has been marked as an exhibit as well, so you'll have that with you when you deliberate.
All right, Ms. Gilman, thank you.
I'm Detective Jeffrey Kotkowski. I work out of Dedham PD.
What?
Dedham Police Department?
We just wanted to come and talk to you. We know the transported from the hotel to Norwood Hospital yesterday morning. We want to talk to you about that, okay? The past couple of weeks. So before we do, I want you to know that we do have a recorder. We record our conversations, okay? And also, before you talk to us, you do have rights. Excuse me. Bad timing there. I apologize. So Detective, is the recorder on?
Yes, it's on. It's now on.
So I'm just going to introduce myself on the record, okay? And Detective Kotkowski will introduce herself, and we'll have you introduce yourself by just saying your name, your last name, and spelling it for us, okay? All right, it is Saturday, May 16th, 5:19 p.m. We are in the second floor of Norwood Hospital. My name is Trooper Jeff Kotkowski. My last name is spelled Kotkowski. I work out of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And with me here is
Detective Jeffrey Kotkowski, Gonski, and I'm a detective with the Dedham Police Department.
And sir, could you state your first and last name for us, please?
Ingolf Tuerk, Tuerk.
And Ingolf, like I was explaining to you earlier, we want to talk to you about the recent past couple days. And before we did, I wanted to read you your rights. Okay, do you have rights? So what I'll do is I'll give you a copy of this, and I'll read a copy to you, and we'll have you sign that you understand your rights. So why don't you take that copy? All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. That I have the right to talk to a lawyer if you have a lawyer with me while I'm questioned by the police. That if I cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent me before questioning, if I wish. And that if I begin to answer questions, I have the right to stop the questioning at any time. You understand those rights?
Yes, sir.
All right, having heard your rights, do you wish to have a conversation with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I just need you to sign that. So I'll give you a pen. So what you're going to do here, let's get back to that. So next to I, you can just put your initials. Let's stop line there. And I'm going to fill my name, but my name will be right there with the Trooper Kotkowski, Mass State Police. Okay?
Yes.
Then your rights that you said you understood. And at the bottom here where it says signature, you can just sign. Yeah, you can get up and speak, so I know it's not the best. There's no table in there. And you put the date, if you don't mind, it's 5/16/20. And
521.
it's 5/16/20 at 5:21 p.m.
21.
Yeah, it's. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right, so Harry, we were looking at the hotel record. record that it seemed that you checked in around the 8th, and you were booked for another few days. And we know that you have a home in Dover, so if you could just tell us, why you were staying at the hotel, kind of take us through that.
Staying at the hotel because I have to stay away from the house.
Okay.
And that's why I'm staying in the hotel.
All right. Why are you away from the house?
Sorry?
Why are you staying away from the house?
As far as I understand, because of the criminal charges have been filed against me with bail conditions.
Okay. All right. Can you talk a little bit more about those criminal charges? What's going on?
My wife accused me of having been violent.
Okay. And then she, what happened? She reported to the police?
Yes.
Okay.
And we decided to divorce in February, early February, yes.
Early February. And just so we have it right, can you tell us your wife's name?
Kathleen, Kathleen,
Yep.
McLean, Tuerk.
McLean?
McLean, Tuerk, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about that. When did you meet Kathleen?
And did I meet her?
Yeah, when did you meet her? Where? All that?
November 2017,
November 2017. Okay. How did you meet?
online dating.
Online dating? You remember what website you used?
I believe it was Bumble.
Bumble. Okay. And during that time, were you living in Dover at that time?
Yeah.
You were at the same house on Valley Road.
Yes,
Okay. And at that time, who were you living with?
I'm good.
You were living by yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So November 2017, you meet Kathleen out on Bumble, and then you guys start dating.
Yep.
Okay. And eventually, did she move in, or do you guys get married? Tell me a little bit about that.
She moved in with her 3 children.
Okay. Can you go approximate time?
I believe it was April 2018.
Okay. And can you tell me the names of her children?
Sophia, Grace, and Sam.
Did they all share the same last name?
McLean. No, they do. Hang on. I think their name is Rocca. ROCCA.
Okay. All right. So you guys meet November 2017, April 2018, she moves in with her 3 children to your home in Dover.
Yes.
Okay. And then you tell me that you had a divorce in February. So can you tell me a little bit about the relationship, what was going on?
The relationship was mostly good. On the other hand, there was a lot of volatility as far as fights is concerned, mostly originating from her in terms of getting emotional,
Yeah.
fights
Yeah.
that I often try to walk away from. But nevertheless, we did have a good time, and we talked about marrying. In December 2019, we married
Okay.
in Las Vegas.
Okay. Okay, so December 2019, you guys are married in Vegas, and you're still living in the home in Dover?
Correct.
Okay.
And my work situation changed significantly, and it looked like I have an opportunity to work back in Germany, where I'm originally from.
Okay.
And I talked with her about that, and she was not very, very receptive of me going to Germany, or she going to Germany with me and with 3 children. So there was a lot of talk about divorce because it doesn't look like that we can move forward together, being separated that far away from each other.
Yep.
And I spoke with a lawyer in January about divorcing her potentially. She found out somehow, got very angry, got a restraining order against me, filed for divorce herself and filed charges against me.
Okay. Let's just back up a little bit. So you say you're from Germany?
This one,
Okay, when did you move to the United States?
2000 and, December 2002.
Okay. So did you resign? Were you fired? How would you say?
Mutual agreed to
Is
terminate the contract, yeah.
Okay. And what was your title over there at St. E's?
Chief of Urology until end of 2018.
Okay. And just going back to the absence, when was the absence and how long was that for? Do you have any idea?
Sorry, what?
A leave of absence you took?
I started the 1st of June all the way to December.
Of what? So June 2019 through December 19?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And that takes us to December when you guys end up going to Vegas to get married.
Right.
Okay. Like you said, you're having a troubled relationship. This is recently. I mean, this is only a few months ago.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, in January, Kathleen filed for divorce.
I think February, early February.
Early February.
Yeah. But I talked to a lawyer before that, and she found out that I would consider doing that, and then she kind of jumped ahead and did her thing.
Gotcha. So when that all happened, did you stay in the home? Did you go anywhere?
No, she got a restraining order first thing. I had to go.
You had to go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And where did you end up going?
Went first to a friend in town, in Dover.
Friend in Dover. Okay. What's his or her name?
Charlie Lax.
Kelly Lax.
Lax.
Okay. And he's in Dover?
Yeah, he lives in Dover.
When would you say that was about?
Again, it was probably the first 2 weeks in February.
Okay.
I was with him. Then he asked me to leave. And I went to a friend at Boston, Beacon Street.
In the city?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who that friend, the name?
Richie Kovitz. Richie Kovitz, C-O-V-I-T-Z, I believe. I'm not 100% sure about this one.
Okay. That's fine.
Then
So how long were you with him for? About, I know you might not know exact time, but
probably 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay.
Then I went to Germany for a consultant job, mid-March. But then COVID basically hit hard, and it was suggested for a US citizen to come back. So 5 days after I left here, I came back
Okay.
to the United States. At that time, COVID was significantly around, and no friend would give me any kind of option to go somewhere, so I went to a hotel in Norway.
Okay. What hotel was that? You remember the name?
I think Hampton Inn.
Hampton Inn? Okay.
I went there.
So that's, we're gonna ballpark that maybe around like late March?
Yeah,
Is that
mid
fair?
to late March.
Okay.
Yes. Then, because I don't have an income and hotel is expensive, I looked for other options to stay. A friend of mine has a camper in Florida and offered to me to go to Florida and stay 3 at the camper, basically.
Okay.
Which I did.
Oh, sounds like a good deal.
Yeah, it was not my first choice, but I didn't know where to go. Nobody was willing to give me any kind of, I was practically homeless, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, no, I get it. Plus you said the
the hotel wasn't a good situation either. It's expensive, as I said, and there's no real option to cook anything or something, so I went to Florida.
Okay. What part of Florida?
Rockledge,
Rockledge.
that's mid-Florida.
In Florida?
It's
What's that?
East Coast, right out of Orlando.
Yeah.
Orlando, probably on the East Coast.
Okay. Oh,
So I went there until a week ago, I believe, and I came back up.
were you driving or were you flying?
I was driving
Driving.
all the
Okay.
way to New York, and then Katie would come with her ex-husband and pick me because I started to have leg issues on my
Okay.
back, nerve issues. So
Yeah.
she offered to come.
All right.
Because as I was in Florida, we started to consider reconciliation.
Oh, so you got to talk him through phone or internet or how we
You know, it was over lawyers.
through the lawyers? Okay.
Yes. Through the divorce lawyers.
Okay.
So yes, I came them back up.
So you, okay, so just so I understand, so I don't want to be mistaken. So you're in Florida, and you start speaking to Katie through the divorce lawyers.
The divorce lawyers.
How to possibly get, reunite and get things back.
Right. And she was receptive to that idea, and so worked with the lawyers of trying to work things out.
Okay,
Over a Postnup agreement to give her more rights on the house and give us safety and security.
okay. I see. If something were to go bad again, you guys would have divorce. I see.
Know that she has to occupy the house and can't just be, which she didn't because she put a restraining order. I got kicked out, but she was obviously afraid of, not being secure.
I see.
Which I agree, that's not a good idea as a husband and wife.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So you start. What do you drive at this point? What do you?
I was driving the silver Mercedes
Silver Mercedes.
GL 550. Really kept the car. Jeep. Anyway.
Okay. So you drive back up. You said you having some pain in your leg. Tell me about that. You called Katie or?
Now we checked in with the lawyers and said, yeah, can she help? And then she said, yeah, she can help.
Okay. Again through the lawyers. And she met you. You said in New York. Okay. You remember where that meet was?
A little outside north of New York, going on the 95 interstate.
Oh, so just on like a rest area or something like that.
Right.
I see. Okay. And how did then what?
Came on up and drove to the hotel that I booked.
Did she drive with you back? Did you drive alone?
No, she helped drive me.
She helped drive you back. Okay. And how did she get to New York? Who drove her?
Her ex-husband,
Okay. What's
father
his
of my
name?
children.
Yep.
Last name is Rocker.
Yep. The first name?
Sorry, I'm holding a blank right now.
Okay.
The book on, sorry.
Yeah, no, we can go back to it. Okay, so then Katie, drive back to the hotel. You check right into the hotel in Dallas? Okay. So that was only, like I said, around the 8th, I thought, the 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
And, all right, so let's start there now. Again, I appreciate all the background information. It's helpful. So did she stay with you at the hotel? Did she go back home? Tell me about that.
She went back home, yeah.
Okay. And did you guys communicate from the 8th on? No.
Yes, we did.
Okay, so you weren't using the attorneys at that point? You were just talking? Okay. By phone? Okay. And how were things? What do you?
Good.
Yeah.
It was going well. She encouraged, communicated and said, don't worry about the stuff. We're going to work it all out.
Okay. Okay. And were you seeing each other at this time?
Yes.
Okay. How often was she coming to the hotel? Were you going back home? Tell me about that.
I was mostly going to the house.
You were going to the house?
Once again, she said, come over, don't worry about it.
Okay. And her and 3 kids still living there, right?
Yes.
And how was your interaction with them? How did they?
Good.
Everything was good that way.
Yes.
Okay. So that's going on for about a week. And let's get to yesterday. Tell me about yesterday.
What?
Yesterday.
I really don't recall much
Yeah.
of anything. I must have drunk a lot. And
Yeah. But trying to get to how you ended up there.
I can't tell you. I'm sorry, but I can't remember how I got where or when I got somewhere. Just woke up yesterday. But today we in the hospital.
Okay. You don't know how you ended up here?
Even not, no, I can't really remember.
No. Okay. All right. So we did speak to Sophia, Grace, and Sam, and we can't find Kat.
Well,
Yeah. So we were hoping, you could tell us.
again, as I said, I have very difficult to remember and get any kind of memory of the last 24 hours. So I don't know how much time we went there.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, because, you know, like I said, we talked to kids and tell me this, when's the last time you saw Kat?
I remember that,
Okay.
I don't know exact the day, it was Thursday. We played the game, and this game, I'm not sure what the game name is, and this Grace and Katie and I, that's what I remember.
All right, so,
And then we went watching TV, and, you know, we drank some alcohol, and then I don't even know what happened after that.
okay.
So I ended up in the hotel. Didn't saying I was in the hotel, I don't know.
All right, so today's Saturday. So you said Thursday,
I believe it was Thursday, and I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
okay. And so tell me how you guys arranged to meet on Thursday.
Can you?
How did you guys arrange to meet each other Thursday? So you were at the hotel, or were you, I mean, how did you guys get?
I was at the house.
You're at the house. Did you stay at the house Wednesday night?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so you stay over Wednesday night, and then see you there Thursday? Tell me about Thursday. What you guys do in the morning on Thursday?
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, typically we'll have some breakfast and take a walk. Work out, things like that. But again, I'm not recalling exactly what happened on Thursday.
But you did say, so you know,
It was a good day in general, as I can remember. Yeah, and then I guess I said later in the day we played that game.
what game did you guys play?
I'm not sure what the name is. It was, you know, it's a board game.
Okay,
I'm not sure what the name of the game is.
okay. So this is Thursday, and you said you guys are having some drinks.
Yeah, she gave me 2 martinis already before.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Martinis?
Martinis, okay.
Yeah. And then I think I switched to whiskey later. And I can't remember much about that.
Were the kids home Thursday night?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys are drinking Thursday night. Well, somehow you get back to the hotel. So,
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. I can't recall. I must have driven myself, I guess. I'm not sure.
you know what you drove? The vehicle?
No, I think it must have been the Jeep, right?
Jeep?
The Jeep Runner,
Okay.
I believe,
Yeah. Why do you think that?
because I'm gonna recall that it was the only car that was there. The Mercedes was parked at the hotel.
Oh, the Jeep was the only car that was at the house.
The Jeep was at the house, yeah.
Okay. Tell me about the argument you guys had Thursday night.
The what?
The argument you guys had Thursday night?
Argument?
Yes. Tell me a little bit about that.
I'm sure about that. I'm not recalling an argument. As I said, we played a game that was all fun. And we watched TV and that's it. I don't know about an argument.
Okay. What room were you guys in when you played the game? What room in the house? Where were you guys?
Kitchen?
The kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a TV in the kitchen too? Like, you said you watched the TV?
The next, room next, it's kind of an open room. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you guys went from the kitchen playing a game, moved eventually into the TV room. Or watch. Do you remember what you were watching that night?
I believe Sunset Monarchy. That's a TV show.
Okay.
She loved that show, and we continued watching it.
Okay. You remember what episode, or what that,
No. No.
but you remember watching the Sons of Anarchy, right? All right, and then what? Do you guys eventually go upstairs to bed? What do you guys sit on the couch? Tell me what happens next.
As I said, I really have a hard time remembering these, and after that, I really don't. Sorry.
Okay. I noticed you do have some scratches on your legs and your arms.
Yeah,
Yeah, what happened?
I have no idea. I don't know either. I just woke up and it was there. I have no idea what happened.
Okay, we gotta find him. Where can we find him?
I don't understand.
You gotta help us out, yeah. It's all right, you know. We gotta find you.
I'm sure I never know more. Maybe, I don't know.
I was telling you, the kids looking for what everybody's looking for. They need your help. Where can we find him? Where can we go find him?
I don't even know.
It seems like you guys have been under a lot of stress. You have some work stress, marital stress. I'm not sure what was going on the past couple of days, the past night, but now we're here. Okay?
Yeah.
And she's not. And
I don't really know.
we can get through this. I know this is going to be difficult. There's no way getting around it. We're at the point of our conversation now where it's just a difficult time. And I know you're probably going, through hell right now, and I know you probably feel really bad. And I'm sure it's uncomfortable to stay there without some talk to us about this. So we need you to, put us in the right direction. We can go find her. We can't leave her out there alone in there. We can't.
I don't know.
can't do that to her, you know. Regardless of what was going on, she's your wife, you love that woman. You guys had some issues. She has 3 beautiful kids, and they deserve to know that we're mom is. Her sister deserves to know. And we need you to help us out here.
I wish I could. That's when I woke up. Today, I really have a time to remember what happened.
You know, I mean, an argument happened in the house. You know, so you know that.
Oh, you know,
There's broken glass in the home. You know, they got, you know, you're in the Jeep. We want to know where you went. And because like I said, this is about Kathleen right now, you know. We're doing the right thing for her at this point.
I don't even know that I was driving around. I don't know.
Harry gets scrapes up and down your legs and your arms.
So I'm not.
So you have scrapes up and down your legs and your arms.
I don't know. I have no idea how that all happened. Sorry.
No one's talked to Kathleen. I've seen her since Thursday night. Saturday.
I don't even know. I don't remember much at all.
Okay, we need you to step up right now. We do. We need you to help us out. You're gonna feel better. I know you feel better right now. You can see it all over you. And I just want, you know, you need to feel better. And by feeling better, you need to tell us what happened.
I wish I could. I woke up and saw that too. And they asked me what happened. I don't know. I said I have no idea. I don't know. He was unresponsive, apparently. I have no idea how that all happened.
But, I mean, you drive a car, you use your cell phone. You know, this day and age with cell phones and video surveillance and cameras everywhere, I mean, we're trying to give you an opportunity, you know, to get ahead of it a little bit. That's what we're trying to do here.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
You know, we're not here for, you know, some stupid reason, you know. And, you know, I'm a homicide detective. Detective from Denver Police, you know. Like I said, there's... And right now, we're trying to give you an opportunity to tell your side of the story. Tell us in your own words what happened. You know, I mean, if you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for our kids.
I only don't remember some. I said I woke up. I don't know. In the morning, I was away or something. I'm not sure again. Nothing was going on.
Do you remember driving back to the hotel that night? You don't remember driving?
I don't remember. When I was driving, I don't know.
So the Denver Police Department got called to the residence inn Friday at 11 a.m. for a well-being check on Kathleen because no one had heard from her since 6 p.m. Thursday evening. When I got there, we located the white Jeep and your Mercedes parked in the parking lot. You told us earlier that you believe that you were operating the white Jeep at one point.
So, yeah.
The white Jeep was parked between the lines, perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with the exterior of the Jeep indicating that you may have been intoxicated. So how could you not remember driving that Jeep back to the hotel?
It's all right. I don't know.
Do you remember how much alcohol you consumed at the house that night? Thursday evening?
I think a lot. But I'm not sure. Again, I just remember we started off with martini and then we switched to whiskey. That's all I remember.
How many martinis did you say?
2 or 3.
2 or 3?
Yeah.
And then how many glasses of whiskey?
I really don't know. I don't know.
Did you consume anything other than alcohol?
But I know.
Not that you know of.
No.
Do you take any pills or anything like that? That up, you know, would they read something that you would normally take, or?
I used to take some medication over the last several months, antidepressants, yeah, and anxiety medication. But I kind of cut it down because I felt much better. And Katie said, yeah, let's try to fix that. So I'm not sure, I don't think I've taken anything on that day, and so again, I can't tell for sure.
It's gotta be frank. I mean, telling us you simply don't remember it, it's not good enough. That's just not a good enough answer.
Understand. Oh, yeah, it was close. I don't even remember that I went to the hotel.
Where did everything go down here? It happened in the vehicle? It happened in your home? It happened in the woods? Where did it happen? Stop in the bedroom?
I think there was an argument on the TV show, yeah. I believe that is true, but I'm not 100% sure. When we were watching. But that was downstairs. I'm not sure if so often or something, I'm not sure.
An argument during the TV show?
I believe so, yeah.
Is that what you mean? When you guys were watching TV, you had an argument?
I believe that is true.
Do you remember how the argument started?
When did it turn physical? Did it turn physical downstairs? Or did it start up in the bedroom?
I don't remember, I remember physically.
Go back in the bedroom? Maybe thinks it's got a little out of control, a little bit more serious than maybe a normal fight. I mean, sometimes things that get out of they just get away from us. And you know,
I know, but
we don't need to do some things, and sometimes things happen. You know? One bad night. One bad night doesn't make you a bad person, Harry.
What happened after you started arguing?
I really don't remember. It was drinking me whiskey, and I think it stopped again. I remember there was some arguing going on down there. It was mostly her yelling at me for some reason. I'm not sure exactly what that was.
Tell us what happened up in the bedroom.
I don't even remember even going to the
Blood on the mattress, Harry. Broken glass everywhere. Seems like things just got a little bit too much out of hand. You know?
I just remember downstairs, sitting there and drinking whiskey and having some argument as well. Again, it was mostly her arguing against something. I'm not sure again what it was exactly.
I can read.
And like I just drank my whiskey and said, but one, I don't even know that we went upstairs. I don't think so.
Where was the Jeep parked? Was the Jeep parked in the driveway? Was it parked in the garage?
I'm not sure, but typically it was in the garage. I believe.
Let's tell us where you went when you left the house that night, Mary.
Oh, and I woke up the next morning and stayed and looked at the stuff in the Redaction.
What was Katie wearing that night?
I don't remember, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Aaron, we need you to a little bit more honest with us. We know you were in the woods that night. We know.
Yeah.
We know. We know it. Yeah. I know you remember what happened. You may not want to remember what happened. I get that. But this can't go on any longer. Can't.
Her 3 children, her sister, and her mother deserve to know where she is. We need you to be honest with us.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
What happened in the woods?
I don't know. I don't even know where.
Did you drive deep into the woods or did you walk most of it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, what do you think? I mean, you were there. We weren't.
I don't remember. I didn't get any of this.
to know how you left her, Harry. Is she fully clothed?
What's in front?
Is she fully clothed right now?
Like, I don't understand that.
Does she have clothing on when you left her?
No, you were downstairs. What you do?
Everyone, you have the answers right now. You have the answer. You guys were together Thursday night, late. You're arguing. Tell us you had some drinks. And you wake up in the morning and you're in a hotel and she's gone. I mean,
Yeah.
let's just get to it here.
I don't see her woke up in the hotel. I woke up here.
I know this sucks, you know, there's no other word for it. I mean, she's like, one thing to do now, that's the right thing. It's just to man up. Man up. Let her family know where she's at. Let her family know where she's at. Now we can get through this.
I really don't know.
Help yourself out there, Harry.
There's an argument, but remember that. Yes.
No, it's serious. We need to know what happened. Can't be over here.
Going to stop it. Your Honor, would this be a convenient place to stop and take the 11 a.m. recess?
Sure. Why don't we do that, George? Just leave the transcripts and your notebooks right on your chairs. And we'll take about a 15-minute recess.
More or the whole thing?
No, more.
Really? Okay.
Okay. All right,
We're at 53 minutes right now, approximately, on the interview. And it goes to 2 hours and 57 minutes.
okay. All right, we're going to take the lunch break round one, depending on where we are in the
I
statement.
understand.
All right, okay. And then you have another witness, or is he going to?
Well, there'll be some more questions for him, and then we have at least one other witness.
Okay. All right, so why don't we take about a 15-minute recess?
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Me though.
Sergeant Kotkowski, please. Thank you.
You can sit down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So we're at the top of 26. Ms. Gilman, can you please resume the interview? Thank you.
Want to do the right thing right now. Want to look at her. You think you went in the woods that night, Harry? Harry, you're a very successful man. You told me the chief urologist.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, but you know what? You're a good person. You've had a successful career. You came to this country and done very, very well. I saw your house. You've done very, very well. And this doesn't make you a bad person. No. What happened with you and Katie? Things might have got out of control the other night. But like I said, you can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out there. We're trying to let you get this out of the story. Do the right thing now. You just want to know where she is and bring her home. Okay. That's it. Alright, we know you can't put that woman on what? Hey, what's that?
I'm Detective Jeffrey Kotkowski. I work.
Bad person. No. What happened with you and Katie? Things might have got out of control the other night. But like I said, you can't be defined for one night. So we're trying to help you out there. We're trying to let you get this out of the story. Do the right thing now. You just want to know where she is and bring her home. Okay. That's it. Alright, we know you can't put that woman on what? Hey,
What's that? Sorry, but
I'm sorry, you guys saying something.
No, we know you care about her a lot and you love her. And we really need you to do the right thing. We can't have her out there another night, Harry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Harry, it's the right thing to do. We need you to tell us where she is so we can bring her home to her family.
Yeah, we're all calm right now. We gotta talk to her sister tonight. We gotta talk to the kids tonight. We can't let them, we can't give them no answer. It's, I don't wanna be so blunt, but I mean, we can't go back to them and say we don't know. We can't do that. It's just,
Did you ever hike in the woods near your house? Did you ever go for walks on the trails?
Not near the house, no.
Not near the house? In Dover, have you? What trails do you usually go?
I'm not sure what the name is. That's where the tennis courts are.
The tennis courts?
In Dover, the tennis courts. And there's a trail. I actually did that. We did that with Katie together one day, but not recently. Yeah, that's the trails that we typically use.
Do you usually go the same route?
Yeah.
Yeah? Do you know what street it's on?
I think it's Dedham Street, but I'm not sure. So again, there's just one area where tennis courts are, and there's a trail starting in the back corner.
What was your favorite part about those trails?
Favorite part is if it goes all the way up to some small little mountain where you can see Boston.
Oh, really? Does it have a name?
I'm not sure. I don't remember the particular name. Lower Park, but again, I'm not 100% sure.
Is that the only one you guys would hike at?
That's why I remember, yeah.
How often would you guys go?
Again, it must have been last year in the summer or so. Recently, Katie and I drove to Lincoln to walk in Lincoln, which was new for me. But not in Dover.
Did you go to this trail in Dover often?
Yeah.
How often would you say?
Once a week.
Once a week at least?
is that a walkable trail or
Yeah, it's a pretty good
wide?
trail, yeah.
And that goes up to the, you said Boston?
I think there's several with several tails, different colors. And one of them, I'm not sure which one, was deep and then up in the mountain.
When's the last there together?
I don't really remember exactly, but must have been a while. Months, many months.
Was that a special place for you guys?
In a certain way, yeah.
Yeah, have some meetings, you guys, as a couple, to go there?
And we always enjoyed, hiking together, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you're up to the other night.
Did you bring her up there the other night?
I don't think so, but I'm not sure. I don't know. It's like...
Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry?
Hello?
Did you bring her up to the mountain the other night, Harry?
I don't think so. As I said, I don't remember anything.
Come on, man, feel off your chest. Get some, just feel off your chest. You're gonna feel better. You're gonna feel relieved. You're gonna know you did the right thing.
I don't remember much at all.
All right, you're up to that night.
He was angry. He was angry for whatever reason, I'm not sure why. Yeah. Although the day was nice. In the evening, I mean. He was angry.
Stand off the front area. And go up there. Make sure you look. You know you're up there. Yes. There's no way to look up there. You don't want to, it's gonna get dark. We want to get this done.
I'm not going to now. Just remember she was angry. She's in love with me, yeah.
Already drove the Jeep up there that night.
We're up there, can we find her, Harry?
I don't know. I'm telling you about it. I don't know. I have no idea where she is or what happened. All I know is we were sitting downstairs watching TV, and remember that, as I said, she was arguing, she was angry, and very aggressively talking to me about her being angry about stuff, and I was drinking whiskey. I think she was drinking something too, but I'm not sure.
Remember what the argument was about? Why she was mad?
What's that?
Do you remember why she was mad?
So it was, rotating about the same thing that I tried to divorce her in January. She came always back with that, oh no, although she also suggested that we should just let it go and fix our marriage. When she came back to that thing always, well not always, repeatedly that she was very angry that I made a decision that I'm able to go to Germany to continue my career.
Harry, tell us about the text you sent to Kyle.
That's what?
Text you sent to Kyle?
To who?
Kyle? Remember?
I think it's Kyle.
I don't know what text you mean. I don't remember what I said in the text.
You know Kyle?
What?
Right?
Kyle?
Kyle.
No.
From town?
What?
From Dover? From town?
Kyle? No. Doesn't say anything, Kyle. I don't know Kyle.
Kurt,
What's here?
I'm not sure at all.
do you remember sending Kurt a text message?
No.
No?
No. Then
At 4:31 a.m. on Friday.
I don't know. She was angry for whatever reason. Although she wanted to fix it, I don't understand.
You sent Kurt a text message at 4:31 a.m. on Friday stating, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you. Do you recall that message?
No, I'm serious. I have no recollection having sent any kind of that message. No. No, I haven't sent any message.
Yeah, you sent that message, did.
I really have no idea.
Not too long after you sent the message, you're back at the hotel. Oh, Aaron, this isn't going away. The only way we can get headed in the right direction is just behind us and just please talk about it.
And I said that she was angry, and that's the last I knew. I'm not sure if she walked away or just sitting there.
Saying that she would leave the home without her pocketbook and phone.
She wouldn't leave her kids.
No.
Think about our kids, Sarah. We can't do this with the kids. They've been through hell in the past day and a half.
What do you think happened? I don't understand.
Did you tell us what happened? Did you tell us which was? it quickly. You were on top of that mountain that night.
What's that?
You were up on that mountain that night.
We know you were up there for a couple hours.
Yeah, no,
I got a sense of it.
You were up on that mountain for a couple hours that night. You were up there for a while. Where can we find her up there?
I don't even know when I was out there for a couple hours. It's a good woman. I don't know. History. Updates today?
Today's Saturday evening now. To go back to the argument that night, watching TV. So you need to go back to the argument, watching TV, and take us through what happened.
Again, I'm not sure we call it in words, but I believe it went on the same topic that she had a hard time getting over the fact that in January I was talking to a lawyer looking into divorcing her. And then she believed I would sort her out, which was not what the plan was. Or the idea, that was only a plan actually. I'm just playing this out. This is to protect, potential projection in terms of what I'm supposed to do or we're supposed to do. So I think that was the argument in terms of still being angry that I tried to pull myself determined.
Yeah.
But I'll ask her. Why wouldn't you come with me? You know. Back then, December, January.
What happened next?
What are they doing? There's a frustrating and just drinking. Maybe there's a more argument, I don't know.
She hit you, Harry? At night?
I think she did. So I remember she was angry, really angry, and I didn't understand. All kinds of words. I mean, bad words.
What'd you tell you? What'd she say to you?
Not sure. Motherfucker or something like that. Fuck you off, fuck you. And I said, oh, what is going on?
She become violent?
Not sure. Something,
So how do you have that? Was that from just a slap or was that a punch?
something.
Was it her hand or an object?
Maybe it was a glass or something.
So you have to defend yourself. You got hit in the head with a glass. It's glass all over the bedroom. Glass.
Really? Maybe I did defend myself, I don't know.
Naturally, anybody wouldn't get hit in the head with a glass. I said there's glass everywhere. Remember how you had to defend yourself? What happened? Sounds like you had no choice but to defend yourself.
You always have a choice, no?
What's that?
You always have a choice.
Yeah, but I mean,
She's a beautiful woman, but she had her volatility scenarios always kind of always ready for a fight. Brother, you know,
yeah. It seemed like you tried real hard and you gave her that beautiful home.
I did.
Obviously provided pretty well for her.
I
Gave
did.
her a good life.
I did.
Sounds like
You know, I got kicked out of it. Oh, but again, I forgive her for that. So let's forget about it. You know, sorry.
Yeah, even after all that, you were willing to go back and try to make it work.
And the,
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
we did it.
What you're saying, it sounds like that the other night you just kept this. Yeah, you know, just being volatile, like you said, right? Just how much you just kept digging at you and stuff, you know? Just, you're crushing up, you're talking to you. I'm sure you just happy to be sitting on your freaking couch, you know?
Sorry?
I'm sure you just happy to be sitting on your own couch, you know? Or you don't have to deal with, you know, an argument.
No, I didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah. Sorry, just happy.
No interest in arguments anymore.
Yeah, I'm sure you're just happy to be back in your home.
It's actually true.
Yeah,
I
no.
felt, since a long time, since 3 months, I felt somewhat more at peace, that I wasn't running around trying to find some kind of shot and protecting myself from COVID-19 is nobody helping. But again, that wasn't the point. I really appreciated that she provided a home here. Really love it at all. Let's make it work, let's have peace, and let's forget about all that. Was her suggestion actually several weeks back. Let's have a clean slate. Just let heal and not talk about the old stuff that she couldn't let go. She came up with the resentment feeling that she still had, and she said, I have to talk about it. And I have some resentment too. But let's just go away for now. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Not to be trying. It sounds like the argument was unavoidable that night. It was all getting around her.
There's no one getting around it.
I mean, obviously she was fired up. I mean, she hit you. What happened after she hit you?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I was saying her belongings are all in the house. don't shoot her left out her pocketbook, phone, especially their kids. I don't think he meant to hurt her. We're trying to make things better. Maybe things been spun out again.
You want to dribble that out, you want to dribble. Yeah. What do you mean?
Things just get a little too out of hand that night. The booze is flying, she's angry. We're trying to make things better. It's like a friggin' perfect storm, comes over.
What happened after she hit you with the glass?
I'm sure she did. Something that,
Something that was made out of glass?
You want to go through this with you. You want to retrace the steps with you. You have to know something.
you remember the text or something. I won't.
You have a text and you just
Can you read it again?
yeah, just This is the text. Yeah, just read the text again so Martin rewrote.
This was the text that you sent to your friend Kurt at 4:31 a.m. on Friday. I'm just going to read it to you again. It says, Kurt, I am sorry, brother, but she is a vindictive devil. She played us all. I am really sorry, brother, but she manipulated us all. Love you.
She was arguing about them. That's all I'm doing. As I said, constantly, not constantly, but repeatedly going back to the time when she was so angry about, what I did or what I've done, about talking to the lawyer about a divorce. And she believed I was going to throw her and the kids out, which is not the way that I had in mind. If it would have all happened, my plan would have been end of school year, that they're obviously all finishing. And if I actually do go to Germany and sell the house later than a year and then go. But she believed something different. And she was very angry, and that came out over and over again. It's like she was trying also to reconcile and saying, let's do, let's have a clean slate. Let's not talk about all this stuff all the time.
Why did you think she was being vindictive?
She would tell that about herself.
She would say that about herself?
Yeah. And sometimes actually in an disappointed way about herself, because she would go all the way and pay back if somebody did something wrong to her. So one of her favorite saying was, you fuck me, I fuck your daughter. So,
Did you ever feel like she was being vindictive to you?
yes. There was an episode early in our relationship where we had an argument, also early on, I'm not sure, a couple months in. And that was in the bedroom, and I went downstairs. There was just a verbal argumentation going on. And had a couple of drinks and looked on Bumble around. And she found out because, I don't know, Bumble, but they have to swipe and then you're kind of matching.
Yep.
And I just didn't talk to anybody. I just looked at him and swiped from left to right. And apparently, when I didn't even realize until the next morning when I actually checked what I was doing, that I had matched with one of her girlfriends and separated. But I didn't talk to her. It was just the swipe match. And she was very angry about it. I called her right away, apologized, said sorry, it was just stupid stuff. I didn't really think much about it. And then she signed up on Bumble and actually matched with guys and talked while I was sitting right there, just saying, feel how it feels. And so I didn't want to talk to anybody, but she would actually talk.
Okay.
I found that a little vindictive instead of just letting go, but a small, unimportant episode, or in particular if there was no conversation with anybody going on. I'm saying more talking or no dating or something. Anyway. I once think a restraining order was necessary, for example. I wasn't, in any kind of could have handled divorce under one roof like other couples and then figure things out. First thing she did. Restraining order. Some of the prior episodes were related to that. It's not an excuse, but getting, poked or provoked all the time. You take your phone away and say, please don't do that, please don't do that. Let me see what you're doing. Let me see who you're talking to. It's a move. But that frustrated me. It was time that she continued to do that. Mm-hmm. Although there was no evidence for her at all that I would have done anything. But she was very easy to believe or She was very made easy to believe that I was fooling around out there, which again, I did not do. Sometimes she would drive after me when I said, hey, I have a little thing going on with a friend, we're gonna have some burgers, and she didn't believe me. Apparently she followed me. Because she believed I'm on a date. I wasn't. I was meeting with a fellow, it's a friend, a male friend, and I had a burger. All this kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying, that kind of builds up this time that you feel, what are you doing? Why are you so distrustful? Why are you worrying all the time about me or you and me and things like that? It's one of the big problems in that relationship, that there was very little trust with each other in terms of, being faithful to each other. And again, I never really cheated on that at all. So anyway, so she has that. She knows that herself, and she would actually mention that. Except, sometimes I think it goes a little bit overboard. It would be that I'm going for the full payback and beyond, just because I'm angry about certain things.
What makes you feel as though the restraining order was unnecessary?
So again, I didn't see the need for that, because the episodes that were prior to that was, not immediately, it wasn't right there, and then she had to close restraining order. She put the restraining order out of, in my opinion, she wasn't afraid of me. She was not. She would actually argue with me, even, the night before, or 2 nights before the whole divorce thing happened. And as I said, if I did push her, it was typically related to something that, again, she grabbed my phone again and checked it out without me giving permission to do that, in terms of, yeah, do it, or not. And again, there was nothing in there anyway, but just the fact that she constantly did that. So I don't know, to me it didn't feel, it was an immediate reaction to her finding out that I'm looking into divorce, not because there was a violent saying, and then she said, I don't need to file with this anymore. You understand what I'm trying to say? That there was time, significant time in between. And I looked into divorce, not she. You know what I'm saying? So she knew that. She found that actually out, then retaliate in terms of, now it was restraining order, you need to get out of here. And then following up with charges of stuff that was older, which is perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I didn't say that. But the restraining order was clear. Move to just remove me from the house just because. It was a very passionate relationship with both sides, kind of thing. I'm not sure that makes sense to you guys. Pick on herself. She could be all in and very, very loving, and she could be very angry. Obviously, you couldn't. I thought you really have a chance. Put that together. I'm trying to remember.
I can see it.
I'm trying.
I know.
Again, as I said, there was arguments.
Are you at all concerned? I mean, think about what we're talking about. Are you concerned? I mean,
Sorry?
are you concerned about what's going on? I mean,
Absolutely, I'm concerned. No, why is it checked out? I really no recollection about the text. I don't know how I got to the hotel. I don't know.
so you are gonna, that's not gonna, you're up there.
No. I don't know. It's a pretty long hike, so I'm not sure.
Did you drive part of it or all of it?
I don't know. I really don't. I can't remember shit. I remember again arguments happening kind of in and out. The other didn't call names, as I said, because she was angry and didn't say or behave the way that she wanted to, or I'm not sure. Typically it does happen when she has a lot of alcohol on board, so I think she drunk up or something during the game, and the doubt game, that before, and then she turns off to go with anger.
Did she get out of control? Maybe she may have hit you, but was she out of control?
I believe so.
Did you have to keep your hands on her to calm her down or protect yourself?
I don't know.
I said, we just want to find her. We want to find her tonight. It's been a day and a half now.
I believe she's gone. I'm sorry, guys.
Where can we find her? Which might send them. We just want to bring forward the those kids. That's what we want to do right now. That's our goal. We can't do it without you, without your help. Thank you, brother. Just help me, Harry. Help me out there. Help me get to glory road this tonight. Help me out. Tell me something you can remember.
Because that little pieces in terms of arguing, being, you know,
I know you're trying. I can see you trying. I know it. I know it.
I'm not even hurt. You must have somehow remembered. I'm not directly. from somewhere, right? It's like close. Sorry.
No, it's, take your time. I know this is difficult.
Maybe she's angry, you know?
Tell me what happened after she beat the glass.
It's like reacting to that, I guess.
Did you hear back? Tell me about it.
Sorry, what?
I said, tell me about it.
You should come down.
Sorry, I'm not saying what you said.
So I wish I could come back.
Hit you with the glass. Are you guys upstairs or downstairs?
So I went upstairs.
Upstairs. The bedroom? Your bedroom? Were you bleeding?
Not sure. I don't know if it was glass or something.
Okay. What happened next? Tell me how you think you heard it. What happened?
I don't think I did or something.
Remember what you hear?
I don't think I did it.
You know what you did? Huh? Did you grab it? Need to stop him?
Probably.
Do you know where you grabbed her?
It's gone. It's definitely gone.
Keeping it grounded. You remember what happened next?
Maybe must have need snap or something. I don't know.
You in the bed, you in the bathroom, you in the closet.
I don't know. I was in the bed area, but I'm not sure if you were in the bed.
You know what?
I said I think it was in the bed area, but I'm not sure if you were in the bed.
Okay.
No, I'm not sure. It's in the grip on the neck, I believe, but I'm not sure either.
What happened after you grabbed her?
It's all black. It's all black. It's kind of just
She passed out, and then she fought back. What do you think? What happened? Did she hit you back? Right? Yeah.
It's going to be embarrassing.
Okay. You do that. I'm going to take a short break. It's 7:29 p.m. We'll stop the recording there. Okay, it's Saturday, May 16, 2020. It's 8:12 p.m. We are restarting our interview. We're in the second floor of Noah Hospital. My name is Jeffrey Kotkowski, K-O-T-K-O-W-S-K-I. I work on the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. With me here is
Detective Rich Fuller of Dedham PD.
and we're with
Ingolf Tuerk.
Ingolf. Can you just spell your last name for us?
T-U-E-R-K.
And just for the record, Ingolf, we've been calling you Harry. That's okay with you? That's just the nickname, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're just going to continue our conversation that we took a break from. Yeah. So, Harry, I just wanted to touch upon some of the comments going from the hotel for the past week. And let's just start with Thursday. All right, today's Saturday, 2 days ago Thursday. Now, earlier you said you thought you may have spent the night Wednesday to Thursday at the house in Dover.
Yes.
Did you go to the hotel on Thursday at all in the morning? Do you remember going to the hotel?
I think I did on the way from Staples, yeah.
Okay.
But again, it's difficult for me to really remember stuff, but I think I did.
Okay, so you think Wednesday night you sleep in Dover, Thursday sometime in the morning you go to Staples?
I had to go to Staples, fix things up, yeah, and then
In Dedham?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you think you went back to the hotel?
I actually briefly went to the hotel. I'm not exactly why and what I was looking for, but I think I did.
Okay. What were you driving when you
The Jeep.
you driving the Jeep? Now I know you told me before you drove the Mercedes up from Florida. Were you the past week? Have you been driving the Jeep often? Like how often were you driving the Jeep?
Pretty much every day.
Driving the Jeep every day. Okay. And the Mercedes been where?
At the hotel?
It's parked at the hotel. So you've been taking the Jeep from the hotel, Dover, and wherever else you've been going.
That's all.
Okay. And what door would you primarily use to enter the hotel?
What door?
What door? Would you go to the main lobby
Main lobby, yeah.
every time?
Yeah.
Okay. And how would you exit your room?
Sorry?
And what route would you take exiting your hotel room?
Same way. Yeah. to the elevator and then through the main lobby.
Okay. So you never took the stairwell to just to the right side?
Yeah, it faces the main road, which is on
You
Elm
never,
Street.
so you never took the stairwell, you always take the elevator down to
Yes.
the lobby and move that way?
Yeah.
But Thursday about noon, you think, Harry, you went to the hotel about noon, right? Yeah.
Something like right.
No, I just want,
Late morning or something.
yeah. That's the time you swiped in your room on the cards. I just looked, yeah, it was 12:30.
Okay.
I know that's not something important in my overly right up there, but yeah, Thursday. You went there Thursday about 12:30.
But you don't know why you went there, grab a bag or something, you remember?
No, I'm sorry. I think I was looking for sunglasses or something. I'm not sure exactly why. I remember I went looking for something, but I can't recall exactly what it was. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. And that was the only time you were at the hotel on Thursday, correct?
Correct.
And then you went back to Dover?
Yes.
And you spent the rest of the day in Dover, right?
Correct.
And had Katie been driving the Jeep too, or just you?
Sorry, what?
Was Katie driving the Jeep too, or just you?
I believe yes.
Yes?
Yeah. But she wasn't leaving the house much because of COVID-19.
So she would just take it to run errands and stuff like that?
Yeah. Although again, I was running mostly errands right now.
So for the past week, you've been mostly in that Jeep?
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about, the scratches in your arms and legs. Would it be okay with you if I took a couple photos with my cell phone? So we have that on record? That's okay with you?
I don't know. Should I do something else? I don't know.
Well, I
Asking
mean,
so much. Yeah.
I mean, I would like to just document that you have scratches on you with a photo.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you, if you would mind if I take a photo? It's okay? All right, let's just do that real quick so we get that out of the way. You mind, can you take your socks off? Yes. Start a little bit. Yeah. Do your right leg here, please. You mind taking the socks off? Let's just see your arms. You look your shirt up down to your biceps so I can see if you're doing one there. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just open up your hands for me? Can you bring your hand over? Okay, let me see your right arm now. Can you lift your shirt up so I can see your arm? There's no stretching up your arm, right?
No.
Can you just turn your hand over, please? Okay, I know you said you got a little cut on your forehead. You think that might have been from possibly glasses, right? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Which kind of
I picked
photo
with
is that?
something.
Sounds like an injury, okay? Not like this. That's it.
This one. Oh, yeah. The other switch.
Yeah. What is it? Face that way? Good. Yeah. Okay. That's it right there, right above your left eye. You ever right there too? Oh, yeah. You want to do that for me? I'll put your hair over. Yeah, watch that. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Well, I noticed when you looked over your left hand, you had those cuts in your wrist. You remember how those happened? No?
I really don't remember.
You think that was self-inflicted?
Kind of looks that way.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. You don't know? Do you know when that occurred?
I really, I don't know. I really don't remember. It's a lot of stuff.
Gilman,
Are
could
you
you
a
pause,
big-
please? Your Honor, would that be a convenient stop? Place to
Sure.
stop for lunch?
Yes. 8:50.
Yes, the top of page 51.
All right, jurors, gonna take the lunch recess.
Back in session, may proceed.
Ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right.
Court's back in session, you may be seated.
Sergeant, back?
Sergeant Kotkowski, please.
Okay.
All set.
Yeah, you don't answer. Thank you for asking. Ms. Beatty, the top of page 51 is the transcript reference?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Gilman, can you please resume playing the statement?
I'm drinking over the last several months more because of all the job issues,
Yeah, what you drinking?
particularly whiskey,
Whiskey? Yeah.
Confidential.
Vodka at all?
No.
Whiskey?
Yeah, I mean, yes. Katie,
The German, you must drink beer.
not so much actually, but
whiskey
Katie,
guy?
when I was with Katie before, and then recently she did like to make martinis.
Oh, martinis, yeah. Okay.
She really does a good job. She learned very well to do martinis. So yeah, and Thursday I started off with martinis.
Yeah.
She offered martini in
Thursday?
the afternoon. So yeah,
What
I
kind?
remember that.
What kind? Martinis.
30.
Oh, dirty, yeah, regular. No chocolate or anything like that, just dirty.
One color I think is
I'm a martini guy myself. I make some pretty good ones too. Yeah.
and then switch to whiskey.
Tough mix.
Any idea when you made that switch, what time it was?
It was around when we started watching the TV show, Sons of Monarchy.
Okay.
Again, she started to get angry, and I got a little annoyed by the fact that there was a lot of arguing going on from this side. So I just said, okay, let me take some whiskey. I gotta relax here.
Yep.
That's a tough mix. Whiskey and vodka.
I found out.
I can do vodka and beer. Right? Whiskey and vodka is
I didn't
a
think
tough
about it.
mix.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
get my nerves calmed down.
Yeah.
So I drank a lot of whiskey
Yeah.
and then
What kind? What's your favorite?
again, Glenfiddich.
Oh, no, fish.
That was downstairs, right? You guys watching that?
Yeah, but I'm sure you should. I took it upstairs and well.
Yeah. And the fight obviously continued upstairs.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. And she remained the aggressor, right?
She had a very aggressive language toward me, and I didn't really understand why she wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
Actually, we did go upstairs with some drinks. I believe we had sex.
Yeah.
But again, that was consensual. You know, she initiated it. And then she looked at my phone and saw text messages of an old friend that she always despised.
A girlfriend? Or
No,
friend?
no.
Guy friend?
A friend,
Yeah.
but a female.
Oh, no, I don't mean like girlfriend as a girlfriend, but I mean a girl who's a friend or a guy who's a friend.
Yeah, 15, 16 years ago, we had one moment of making out a little bit. That's all.
Yeah. So it was
Never
a
really
woman.
any kind of, she's a woman.
A woman for, okay, yeah, that's what I meant.
And she saw the text messages, and she wanted to see what we talked about during our separation time. And I said, don't do this because there's angry words in there because we were in a war mode. I don't think she and I were very angry at each other, and so on. I said, please don't look at the messages because they are not true for today. That was 2 or 3 months ago. But she wanted to see what has been said.
Did you let us see him?
Huh?
Did you let us see him?
Yeah, because we said we are being transparent now and we are not doing the hiding stuff anymore. And I said, okay. And we said, how about your text message? Oh, I'm smarter than you. I deleted all this stuff. I said, but I wanted to keep it because I wanted to give you trust that you can see it, but I didn't understand that you get angry at stuff that's 3 months old. That's been told, was said. There's angry emotions.
Yeah.
And then she got really angry again because she saw some stuff that she didn't like. Really angry again.
Did she start hitting you? I'm sure she did.
I think again, I don't exactly remember, but something hit me.
About what time do you think this was?
Late. Must have been pretty late. And again, I'm sorry, I can't give you exact time frames.
How much do you think you would drink in a day overall? Any idea?
I'm not drinking it throughout the day. I start typically at 5.
At 5, yeah. But now you're talking what? Midnight, before, or after?
Yeah, probably after,
Yeah.
I think. The martinis and a lot of whiskey. So, sorry.
And then what, Jim? Go ahead, Harry.
I think I choked her
You think you did?
as a reaction to that aggression situation.
And then what happened?
She passed out.
She passed out.
She was fighting first, and I was continuing, and she passed out and realized we went too far, probably.
Where did that happen? In the bed or in the bed or?
That area, I remember, yeah.
All right.
And then what? After she passed out, was she on the bed or like on the floor?
I believe she was on the floor.
Yeah.
I think, again, to me it was too far.
Yeah.
So now I panicked and said I need to put her somewhere. So
Yep. And then what?
again, I have really very little memory about this stuff, and it's just a little bit there, and then I drove somewhere in the woods. I'm not sure.
You drove somewhere in the woods?
Yeah.
Did you,
What is that?
how did you get her out of the house?
Carried her.
You carried her? You
I
put her?
think.
Do you think you put her in a bag or anything, or you just carried her out? You carried her over your shoulder, or did you carry her like this? How did you put the hand up straight? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. And where did you put her when you carried her out? Where was the Jeep parked? In the garage or was it parked in the driveway?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
What do you think, though? You know, I don't think you're a criminal. I think you made a mistake. You know what I mean? I think you just made a mistake, right? Am I right? And I know you're not a criminal. I think you just made a mistake. And sitting here this long, I can tell, even from I've been watching you, Harry, from outside there, and I could tell Harry was just eating at you. You know what I mean? Looking at you from that window.
At the end of the day, right?
I've been watching your body language, and I can tell.
Guys, I'm so sorry.
I can tell it's just eating at you. And I think it's time. Harry, I'm a guy that's been known to have a few drinks myself, and I go. There are a lot of times I think I'd like to say I don't remember, but I do, and it's convenient for me to say I don't remember. And I wish I didn't remember, but I did. And you know what?
I don't remember this text message or something. I don't really remember having done this stuff.
I think you remember. I think you're being not all the way honest. I do think you're being pretty honest. I think you made a mistake. I think you're being pretty honest. But I don't think you're being all the way honest. I think you really don't want to think about it, but I do think you remember what happened a lot more clear than you saying. I do. And I really wish we could just get it all out of here. You know what I mean? Like, you were in the bed, up in the room. Pretty sure you do remember. You choked her. It would just help us if we got a much clearer picture. And like I said, as a guy that has a few myself, it's like, hey, I still remember it. And I got to tell you, I watched the video the next day of you coming home in the hotel, and you parked the car straight. You seem to be walking pretty clear. I mean, I know you weren't on the right mind, but I think you remember a lot clearer. What else can you tell us, Harry? What else? Please.
It's all I got right now. I don't remember even having driven to the hotel. I really don't.
You know?
No,
So-
I don't.
So when she hit you and you choked her, did she fall to the ground?
I think it wasn't a bet.
I'm sorry?
I think it wasn't a bet, but I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure. It's all.
When she hit you, Harry, was she saying anything? Did she say?
She's screaming the whole time, and
Yeah.
asshole, and the motherfucker, and a bad man, and blah blah blah.
Who was she talking about? The person on the phone?
Yeah, the text messages that I was saying, hey, there's the other woman that she acted like a black widow or something, I said, and then she talked about something.
Have you guys argued about this woman before?
Oh yeah,
Calling you a
oh
text
yeah,
me?
that's a very good point. Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Right early in our relationship, she became suspicious of her, although there is nothing
Yeah.
sexual or something.
But that's something that just kind of ate at her the whole time.
All the
It always
time.
did.
Now
Anyway.
she's
Yeah.
again there, and
Yeah.
you have to correct.
What was her
Actually,
name?
what?
What was her name?
Kate Kelly,
Kate Kelly.
Yeah. Where she live?
New Hampshire. Not sure exactly where, because I'm just texting this her.
Yeah.
I met her many, many, many years ago. I think I did surgery on her father.
Oh, you did? Yeah.
So,
And then that's right. That was always a target for her. Although I told her, there's nothing to worry about. All there is talking going on,
Yeah.
checking into each other. There's nothing sexual.
Do you think you hit her at all, or do you think you just, lashed out when you hit her, or do you think you just choked her?
I believe I just showed them.
Just choked her. For how long do you think? Any idea?
No. I don't know.
So Harry, you're a doctor, you think she stopped breathing? You think she was dead?
I believe so.
In the bedroom, she was dead? Okay.
When you got her down to the car, how far do you think you drove? And which way, do you remember?
No, that's a good question.
Like how long do you think you were in the car for?
I'm honest. I'm telling you, it's very hard. At the hotel, then you guys said you saw me in the video coming to the hotel. I don't really remember. I haven't been there, but
Yeah, it's about 5:22.
I don't really.
Do you think you drove like the normal route you would have drove from, like, you had gone back and forth several times from the hotel to that house? Do you think you drove that same route you would have drove as if you would just go in the hotel and maybe stop somewhere else along the way on the road? Or did you go to a place you remembered, or did you have a place in mind?
Again, not necessarily all the way up, rather than just somewhere in the woods area.
Do you remember any landmarks, like a tree or a sign or water?
Some water, yeah. Some water was around there, yeah.
How far would you say from the road, from the time you start driving to where you left her?
Did you leave her in the ground, like, next to a tree? Did you leave her in the water? How are we going to find her? Was she in grass? Was it gravel?
It was in the woods.
It was in the woods?
Did you just carry her like regular, or did you put her in something? Or carry her, I mean, a bag, a box, or anything?
Not that I remember.
No? Okay.
So Harry, when you carried her out of the house, went down the stairs, through the kitchen, into the garage, that's the route you took? The side door there, out to the garage? Yeah, all right. And the Jeep, you don't know, was it in the driveway or was it in the garage?
I think it was in the garage.
Okay.
And you put her in like the back, like that cargo area, or the back seat? Okay.
No, I put it on the front seat.
Oh, in the front seat?
Was she sitting up? How'd you put her in there? Okay. Yeah, that's what you did. You drove to that location directly there, the tennis courts?
I believe so, yeah.
You drove where you parked?
No.
Okay. So you get to the tennis courts. Now, you take your Jeep into the woods?
No.
You park right at the courts and you get out of the vehicle?
It's, yeah.
Was it the side of the road, or were you in like a parking space, or just on the shoulder, or
I know it's on that, there's a parking space.
parking space there?
Okay. Then you get out and then you go to the passenger side front door. Open it up.
Probably.
Huh?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
And how far do you think from the vehicle to the woods? Like in the area you put her in the woods, do you remember, like, was there a lot of bushes, a lot of trees, a lot of rocks?
Some water.
And there was water?
Yeah.
Like running water, like a stream or river, or like a pond or a swamp or a lake?
No, water. Kind of half in, half around.
Like by a pond, I mean like a small, like flat, or was it like running water, like a stream or a river? You don't think it was running?
We talked about the trails that marked around up there. You're familiar. You remember which trail you went up? No. The dark. Okay.
How far do you think? Like a 30-second walk, 15-second walk, 2-minute walk?
So,
But not like right there. You walked a little ways. And then what, Harry? Then what? You put her down?
Yeah. Cover her up, Harry? Did you Okay, what was she wearing?
the same stuff that she was wearing, I believe, some exercise clothes, but not sure 100%.
Okay. You know what color they were? Or? Okay. So you put her down. You stay there for a little bit? Or you leave right away? What did you do? You left? When you left,
I'm not sure about all the timelines.
Did you go back to the house at all? Or did you go right to the hotel?
I'm sure.
You don't remember?
No.
So you could have done, either you could have gone back to the house, or you could have...
I have no recollection or the hotel.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said I have no recollection when I got to the hotel.
Did you go back to the hotel and go to sleep?
I'm not sure what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Remember, you tried to harm yourself at the hotel?
I don't remember that. Really not. I kept drinking, I think.
Do you think there's any chance you'd be able to find either on a map or you say where she was? Do you think you'd remember well enough? No. But when you got in the car from the house, how long would you guess you were driving for before you pulled over? Like less than 5 minutes, or less than 3 minutes, or between 5 and 10? I mean, think you could give us a general time frame?
Well, you said you talked to the little tennis courts, right? That's accurate?
I believe so, yeah. I'm not sure, really not. It's not that far away. I can't give you any timelines in there. It's very difficult for me to remember any timelines.
Yeah, I know time is not.
But you're positive, though, it's the spot we talked about.
Sorry?
But you're positive, though, it's the spot we talked about. I said you're positive, though, it's the location we discussed earlier.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, where the tennis courts are. Okay.
Just most importantly, there was some water there. Yeah.
Like how close was she to the water? Like you could see it from where you were, or she's close to the water?
If you're on the edge of the water.
On the edge of the water? Could she have fallen in water or gone in the water?
Possibly.
Possibly. So she might be in water. She could be.
It's possible.
Okay.
But when you left her, though, she wasn't in the water.
And as I said, it was half.
So you think there's a good chance anyway, or a decent chance she could be in water?
I don't know.
Yeah. But she could be. What do you think, Harry? Do you think you left her in a way where maybe you didn't want anybody to find her?
Possibly.
You know what, I really do appreciate you being honest, and like I said, I think the things are coming out, as things are coming out and you're talking about them, you seem to be remembering a little bit more. Now, I mean, to me, you've already gotten over the hump, you've already gotten over the hard part. I mean, she hit you, you kind of lost your mind, you guys were both, you and her were both drinking all day, you had that bad 30 seconds, a bad mistake, but I mean, you had a bad minute, a bad 30 seconds, whatever it was. But now you're being honest about it. And what we'd really appreciate it if you were all the way honest. Talking to people now, there may be some luggage, some other things missing from the house, and I think maybe this part you're honest about what happened, but I think you might be embarrassed about what happened after. But I think right now you need to be honest all the way through about everything. Did you put her something and maybe try to weight her down and put her in water where no one would find her? Is that what happened? That's kind of the feeling I'm getting. That maybe I wasn't in your shoes, I can't say what you're thinking, I can't tell you everything you remembered, you didn't, but I think maybe you tried to put her somewhere where you thought no one would find her. Is she in something? Is she maybe weighted down or in that water where maybe it would be hard for someone to find her?
I didn't put her in something as far as I remember.
Yeah. But she could be in the water. We've gone this far, Harry. We've gone this far. Let's get it all out, because what's going to happen is, in the end, once everything is pieced together, it's kind of all going to fit. So if we get the truth now, be a lot better for everybody. Let's get the whole truth out now. Like, maybe you can give us a little bit better area we should look, and I think you can give us how we should look. But take a minute and think about it. See if you can help us out here. So you've gotten over the hump, you've gotten over the hard part. Let's hear it all. Let's hear everything.
I didn't know how to do it.
I know you. You're a smart man. Here. Is she in any kind of container, Harry?
Not that I remember.
No?
No.
When you carry her out, do you carry her like in front of you, like two here, like a scoop, or over your head or over your shoulder? Do you remember?
So it's more two hands, I believe.
Like in front of you, just held her in the front? Yeah. Was she bleeding or anything? No? Just take a drink and catch your breath and think about it, Harry. So your cup's right there to you, right?
It's sitting right now.
It's right there. Is there anything right now, Harry, you could think about that could help us out as far as, like I say, finding her? For everybody concerned, your family, hers, us, we've had a lot of guys working around the clock, kind of, answer a lot of questions for a lot of people. Maybe help a lot of other people to move on, your family, her family, everybody. A mistake was made here. Let's do everything we can to kind of make the rest of this whole scenario as easy for everybody else as possible. You know what I mean? It's fine, let's get on with. So that people can have the peace, have this ceremony for the family. And
I think what Rich is trying to say is everything else you can remember will help us find her. Just who's to go tell her kids kind of we found her. That's what we want to do.
we're past the hard part, Gary. We're past the hard part.
We just want to go tell her kids and her family we found her. So that anything else we tell us.
And that you helped us find her. That you made a mistake, and you helped us find her because you were thinking of them. A mistake was made, but that you care about these people and that you're thinking about them. And it might seem a little thing, it could be a big thing to others if you could just help us out a little bit more with this.
She is in water.
She is in water?
Yes.
Okay. Like a lake or a pond?
Pond.
Wow, where is this pond?
It's close around the corner from the house.
To the house? Okay.
To the right side. I'm not sure what the name of the pond is.
Okay.
What street is the pond on there?
What's that?
What street is the pond on?
I don't know.
Okay.
I really don't know what the name is of the street.
Okay. So we're leaving your driveway, and down your street, which way do I go?
Go to the right,
Go right, okay.
on the driveway, and the left, and then the right.
So wait,
And then the next right.
so I go down to your driveway, and I go to your street, I take a right. Yeah,
Yeah, you,
and then I take my next left.
yes. And then
Then what do I do?
you get on Walpole Street.
What, I go take a right or left on Walpole?
Right, that's it.
So right on Walpole, okay. And then what do I do?
I think the next right again.
Then the next right, which is, you know the name of that street? Okay. So I take that next right, Harry, and then what do I do?
Not 100% sure. Because again, it's a little wishy, but I think on the left side of that street there are two new constructions. And one of them, the left side house is on the pond.
They're building new houses on this
No, they
pond?
are built.
Yeah,
They're
oh, they're
already
built.
since several years.
Do you think this pond is still in Dover?
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's in Dover, right there.
Now, is this pond behind one of the newer homes?
Yeah,
It is. Okay.
and she was right on the beginning of the pond with the new home that hasn't sold.
So,
How far in the water is she, do you think?
A couple feet.
Is she in a suitcase?
No, she's not in the suitcase.
She's not, nothing tied around her, or she's not in anything, she's just in the water? Okay.
okay, so if we make that, we take the right on Walpole Street, we'll take the next right, okay?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, then we go down a little bit, the two houses are on the left-hand side, one of them's for sale.
Those are for sale. One is sold and one is for sale, yes. The
Okay.
one for sale not being sold is the one that I drove, and then
I'm sorry, the what?
the one that is not sold yet.
Not so, do they have
On the left side of the double driveway.
left side of the door?
You know the color?
The house?
Yeah.
Not sure. It's
Okay.
whitish, beige.
Okay, so we're gonna, the house is on the left-hand side, so if I look at the house, I'm going to go to the house on the
That's
left.
in the pond right there. And
The house to the left of the house?
yes.
Okay. And she's definitely in the water,
Yeah.
but only a couple feet in, you think, right? Okay.
And those houses there with it, do you notice any cars in the driveway that would stick out?
On the other side, the house that is sold, I think there were cars and something, but I don't.
You don't remember what kind, what color? Big one. Okay.
And how big, is it a big pond? Is it
It's
big
a
enough?
pretty big pond, yeah.
So if I'm approaching the home, and I see the pond on my left-hand side,
Yeah.
where am I gonna go to find her? Like, am I gonna go on?
Right and there's the garage, and you go right in front of the garage down to the pond.
The next to the garage?
Yeah.
How did you know this place?
We looked at the houses actually a couple of years ago.
Oh, to buy?
Yeah.
And there's nothing weighing her down or anything like that?
So
There's nothing weighting her down?
I may have put a rock on top of her, but I'm not sure. That's
Okay.
Okay. But nothing was tied around her that's gonna be pushed her? So tell us after you put her in the pond, what did you do?
as far as I remember, but please don't take me for granted.
Okay.
Because again, it's not really all together. I think I go back home as a to-go, got some stuff, and then someone ended up with it as well.
So you go back home, you know what you picked up at the house?
I think I'm wallet.
You picked up your wallet?
But I'm not sure.
Okay. You know where you parked when you came back home? You pulled back into the driveway, into the garage, or did you leave the drive?
I believe I was in the driveway.
Up in the driveway? Okay. What door did you use? Did you go through the garage and the side door in there?
I don't remember.
Okay. So you go inside, you grab your wallet, you grab anything else?
Probably whiskey.
come over and speak. Okay.
But I'm not sure. Again, I continued to drink throughout the whole thing.
Okay.
As far as that is concerned.
And then what did you do?
I'm sure again, somehow I ended up in the hospital. I really don't remember how I got there.
Is there anything else you want to say, Harry? Like,
I'm so sorry, but
Yeah.
honestly,
should have.
I really loved her. I thought we were gonna figure this thing out. I really thought we do. She was so angry the whole evening. But I don't understand. Sorry. I don't know.
Harry.
I'm sorry.
Those marks on you, Harry, that was it bushes and stuff you went through? Is that what it was that you scraped up?
Bushes were in her pond, yes.
Right there? On the dark. You don't think anybody saw you?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Could be.
You had to pull off the side, the street there to get out?
Drove all the way to the garage.
Oh, you drove to the garage.
I didn't, again,
To like the garage of one of the houses?
then again, it was an it's an empty office.
Oh, you knew it was empty?
Yeah, it's for sale, it said, hadn't sold yet.
I believe. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe.
What was the last time you guys looked at those houses?
Must have been 2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah. They still didn't sell them all yet? Or they kept building?
One and didn't sell the other one. I'm not sure why. I believe, again, maybe I'm wrong.
Harry, you said she was in the front seat, she was in the front seat?
Sorry.
She was in the front seat, you said?
Yes. Why?
I'm sorry?
Why?
Oh, no, you have to know where you put her in the vehicle.
Yeah.
Anything else at all, Harry, you want to say or what?
I'm sorry.
Yes, sure. Okay.
Harry, you knew she was deceased when you put her in the pond, right?
What's that?
You knew she was dead when you put her in the pond, right? I'm sorry?
I panicked in that moment. I didn't want her dead. No, I wanted to calm her down. And I said, shit.
Well, we believe that. You're not a criminal.
Shit.
Yeah.
I didn't want that. I didn't. I was not. I didn't want it.
Just to, you know, make sure we get it right. You think you were in the bed, next to the bed? What happened?
Yes. That I believe.
Did you call anybody after, Harry, tell them what you did?
Again, I didn't even remember a text message I supposed to have sent.
Okay.
I don't know.
They don't remember talking to anybody else after this?
No. No. I just wanted to hide it all and disappear.
I mean, you're obviously very sorry for what you did. State found you in. Harry, is that pond, is it all surrounded by that brush? I cut you off, is there a lot of that brush?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. On that part, definitely that part, yeah.
But the water is, it's behind the house that's for sale? It's like part of the same property, it's like, house for sale. You remember the color of the house? No.
Yeah, kind of whitish.
Okay, light color. So when you walk down, you in the driveway, you had to walk around, what, the right or the left side of the house? Oh, the driveway's not directly in
There's
front?
the house and the
Yeah.
garage this way, and then stop here, look out, and walk right down to the pond.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
Just hold it on Wednesday.
Okay.
Harry, is there anything that we didn't discuss here that you think we should know? Anything that we missed?
So,
Are there any details that we missed that you think that we should know?
Anything we might find out later that we might have questions about? One, two. Good. Yeah.
Okay. 8:59 p.m. on Saturday, May 16, 2020. We're going to terminate the meeting.
Sergeant Kotkowski, the defendant provided you with some directions towards the end of his statement. What, if anything, did you do with regard to those directions after the statement?
So I called Sergeant John Fanning.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to just keep your voice up just a little bit. Hold on. And who was Sergeant John Fanning?
He was a supervisor in the State Police Detective Unit in Norfolk County.
And where was he at the point that you called him?
I believe he was at the Dover Police Station, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay. And did you provide those directions to Sergeant Fanning?
I did.
And during the interview, you discussed Woods on multiple occasions in the interview. Why was that?
Well, there was an emergency ping for Katie's cell phone, and it was pinging in the woods. So that was the only lead we had at the time, and we assumed that she or her phone may be in the woods.
Ms. Gilman, could you please show exhibit number 54 at this time? If we have the lights off.
Ms. Beatty, can you have the jurors just pass the binders down?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Sergeant Kotkowski, what is shown in exhibit number 54?
That's the defendant's, I believe it's his left foot.
And who took this photograph?
I took that photograph with my cell phone.
All right. And that's what we heard during the statement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 55, please? What is in 55?
That's the defendant's lower right leg.
And could we have 56, please? What is in 56?
Another photo of the defendant's right foot, the bottom of his right leg.
57, please, Ms. Gilman? And what is that?
A photo of the defendant's left hand and arm.
Okay. we have 58, please? And what is an exhibit number 58?
That's a photo of the defendant's left hand, palm, and wrist.
Thank you. Could we have exhibit number 59? And what's in 59?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in a little bit, please? And then can you move it down a little bit? Thank you. And could we have exhibit 60, please? What's in exhibit number 60?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand, palm, wrist.
Okay, and can we have exhibit 61? And what is that a photograph of?
It's a photo of the left side of the defendant's head.
Okay, and exhibit number 62. And what's in exhibit number 62?
That's a photo of the defendant's left forehead.
And did you take all of these photographs in 54 through 62 with your cell phone?
Did?
At a later point in time, did you arrange to have somebody else take photographs?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was a trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Okay. And did he or she take photographs with a camera?
Yes, he did.
Sorry, we have to like that down. Could we have exhibit number 70, please, Ms. Gilman? And what is that photograph?
That's a photo of the defendant's left side of his forehead.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of how his forehead looked on May 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Could we have 71, please? And what is in 71?
That's a photo of the right side of the defendant's head.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of his, what you saw on his forehead on the 16th?
Yes.
Could we please have 72? What is 72?
That's a photo of the defendant's right hand.
Right. Can you zoom in just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. And there's a ruler in there. Where's the ruler from?
That's from the trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Okay. And is that typical that they use a ruler when they take photographs?
Yes.
Could we please have 73, please? And what is 73?
That's a photo of the defendant's left arm.
And could we have 74, please? And what's in 74?
I believe that's a close-up photo of the defendant's left arm, some scratches.
Okay. And does that one have a ruler?
Yes, it does.
Could we have 75, please? And what's in exhibit number 75?
I believe that's the defendant's left wrist.
Okay. And there's some black marking on his hand in this picture. Is that fair to say?
That is.
What is that?
That's fingerprint ink.
Okay. And could we please have number 76? What's that?
That's a photo of the defendant's knees.
Okay. Could we please have exhibit number 77? What is exhibit number 77?
A photo of maybe the defendant's right arm. I'm not sure if it's right or left arm, but I think the right arm.
And could we have exhibit 78, please? What's on exhibit number 78?
A photo of the defendant's left ankle.
Could we have exhibit 79, please? What's exhibit number 79?
A photo of the defendant's left foot.
Okay, and exhibit number 80, please? What is in exhibit number 80?
I believe that's the defendant's right arm.
And could we have exhibit number 81, please? What's in 81?
It's a photo of the defendant's left foot.
And could we have exhibit 82, please? What is in exhibit 82?
That's a photo of the defendant's right leg.
And could we have exhibit number 83, please? Are you able to tell what body part exhibit 83 is?
I'm not, no.
Is there a ruler in that photograph as well?
There is.
And exhibit number 84. What is in exhibit 84?
A photo of the defendant's shin.
And could we have exhibit number 85, please? Can you describe what's in exhibit 85?
I believe that's another photo of the defendant's shin.
Could we have an 86, please? What's exhibit number 86?
It's a photo of the defendant's kneecap.
And could we have 87, please? What's in exhibit 87?
I'm not sure what body part that is, if it's an arm or a leg.
Anything that you were asking the trooper to memorialize in that picture?
Yes, any scrape or cut. Yeah,
Okay. And was that generally the purpose of taking these photographs?
it was.
I'm sorry, I can't see. Is that 87? Okay, thank you. Could I have exhibit 88, please? And what is contained in exhibit number 88?
A photo, I believe, of the defendant's leg.
Okay, thank you. Can I have the lights back on, please? Thank you. So subsequent to May 15th and 16th, did you apply for any search warrants?
I did.
And what search warrant did you apply for?
I applied for and was granted a search warrant for the defendant's clothing and belongings from Norwood Hospital.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Some items together with a bag that have been marked exhibit number 290. Can you
I
just
stand?
take out? Yeah, is it okay? Sergeant, stand up. Yes. Can you take out the contents of the bag, please? What is that?
These are the defendant's jeans.
Okay. And is there anything in the jeans?
There's a belt attached.
Okay. All right. And do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Did you collect these?
Yes, I did.
Where did you collect these from?
From Norwood Hospital.
Okay. So if we could put them back in the bag. Sergeant, is there any writing on the outside of that bag?
There is
What writing generally is contained on the outside of the bag?
date of location, who collected it, description of what's inside the bag, and from where.
Okay. And are there any names on the bag?
Yes, there is.
Whose names are on the bag?
My name is on the bag.
Okay. And is that writing yours as well?
It is.
Okay. Just take that. Okay, and then you can take out.
That's okay, that's fine. I have examined all the exhibits. I don't have to examine them at this point, Judge. I'm satisfied with, no
All right.
objection.
And these were admitted by agreement?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 289. Can you please take that out
Nora, may I
and
stand?
hold it up?
Yes, you can stand.
And what is that?
This is a white T-shirt or white shirt.
Okay. And is it your understanding, how did the clothes come to be in that condition? You can put it back in the bag.
And the clothes are likely cut from the EMTs.
Okay.
Just a minute, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, and can you play the second video, please? Just pause it for a second, Ms. Gilman. Sergeant Kotkowski, is there a time that's on the video?
There is.
What is it?
It's approximately 5:30 a.m.
And do you have an understanding about the accuracy of the timestamp on this video?
The timestamp is off by about 7 minutes.
And what is your understanding about what these two clips are?
So that's video surveillance from the Residence Inn Hotel in Dedham of the defendant walking into the hotel.
Okay. Can you please continue playing? Okay, I have to get the lights back on, please. What, if anything, did you do on Sunday, May 17th of 2020 in connection with this investigation?
I spoke to Dr. Matthews from the medical examiner's office.
And on Tuesday, May 19th, what, if anything, did you do?
Myself and Detective Lavery from the Dover Police, we conducted an additional neighborhood canvass of the Holman Valley Road and the pond.
And throughout the end of May and June, what, if anything, else did you do?
I participated in additional interviews of witnesses.
And then various persons have spoken with police and the prosecution throughout the last 5 years. Has it been your responsibility to document those statements?
Yes.
In directing your attention now to the spring of 2021, the end of March, what, if anything, did you do?
So I believe it was March 19th, I collected a DNA sample from the defendant.
And can you explain how you did that?
It was a saliva sample.
And so how does one collect a saliva sample?
So essentially, the kit it's basically like a lollipop stick, and you swab the inside of someone's mouth to collect their saliva. And then you transfer that saliva onto a piece of paper and give that to the lab.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do with the saliva sample that you took from Dr. Carter?
I brought it to the State Police Crime Lab.
Just a minute, please.
Yes.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Attorney Renington.
How long have you been a homicide detective, sir?
I was in homicide from July of 2016 to November of, till last January.
And prior to that, what did you do for the state police?
I was assigned to field services in uniform on patrol.
So prior to being on patrol, obviously you have to go to the academy, right?
That's correct.
When you're in the academy, you learn things, you study from manuals, you have instructors, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
One of the things you learn would be how to perform, if you will, a crime scene investigation, correct?
I can't recall that particular class, but I'm sure we...
How can you be a detective specializing in homicide and not recall a class on a crime scene examination?
I'm just not certain at this moment that when I was in the academy, I had a class geared towards a homicide investigation.
Okay.
I don't recall that. It may have happened, but I don't recall it.
How about afterwards, once you graduate from the academy and you become a trooper, do you have continuing education classes that you attended to?
Yes, I've attended some classes.
Okay. Crime scene investigation?
I'm not sure I've attended that particular a course called Crime Scene Investigation.
All right. So, in any event, sir, you were assigned to Michael Morrissey's office, Norfolk County District Attorney, at the time frame of May of 2020, right?
I was signed, yes, that's correct.
And you had been working in Morrissey's office for how long?
I started there in July of 2016.
So about 4 years, right?
Yes,
And Fanning was your supervisor?
yes.
So when you initially were assigned to this investigation, the first thing you did was get intelligence, if you will, from the other officers that had been already involved with the beginning stages of the investigation.
The first thing I did was spoke to Sergeant Fanning on the phone about this case.
All right. And Sergeant Fanning told you basically what he had or what his understanding was, a missing person, right?
That's correct.
Possibility of interviewing people that might know her location.
Yes.
What was the next thing you did? You went to talk to Dover Police?
So the next thing I did, I went to the Dover Police, yes.
All right. And when you went to the Dover Police, you spoke with them about the circumstances that, if any, evidence or observations that they had obtained, right?
There was probably several conversations about what was going on at the police station.
And you know that there were a number of other departments involved, the Dedham Police, the Dover Police, the Medfield Police, they were all involved in looking for this individual McLean, correct?
Yes.
You know that there was a ping that had been utilized to try to locate her cell phone, right?
Yes, there was a
You
ping.
know that ultimately where her cell phone was located was right in the bedroom, right?
Yes.
But the pings were going off all over the place. They were going off in the woods, they were going off behind the house, they were going off in a neighboring property, right?
I don't know exactly where the pings were going, but I know they were going in the wooded area around her home.
So they actually had dogs, you know, the canine dogs going in the woods because tracking down the pings that were coming out of the woods. You're aware of that, right?
Yes.
At some point, sir, you're aware that the police went into the house itself, Harry's house located in Dover, right?
At some point I was made aware of that. I'm not sure when, but I wasn't made aware of that.
All right, and by the way, in your beginning of your testimony, you told the jury that you are the lead investigator in this case, right?
That's correct.
All right, so as the lead investigator of the case, you're the apex guy. In other words, everything that anybody below you has done, you are aware of, or you try to be aware of, and have notes and have documents that you've been able to review and get up to speed, right?
Yes.
So, which police departments were involved prior to your involvement with the state police? You know,
I believe the Dedham Police were involved and the Dover Police were involved.
how about Medfield?
Medfield was involved. I'm not sure if I had known that at that moment, but I know they were involved, yes.
So, in your investigation, you determined that the house in Dover was owned by Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
And in the course of the investigation, you learned that at some point he actually signed a deed transferring title to Kathleen McLean, right?
At some point. I don't recall exactly when, but yes.
So, in the course of the investigation, sir, did you determine that when he signed the deed that it was ultimately recorded on a particular date?
I believe it was.
I mean, that was
I'm not sure.
an investigation, wasn't it?
Are you talking about the very first night of the investigation?
No, I'm talking about you being the apex guy. You're on top of the investigation. You're in charge of the investigation. You know that this house was located in Dover and it was owned by Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
You know at some point that Harry Tuerk had a relationship with Kathleen McLean, right?
Yes.
You know that at some point, do you know when that Kathleen McLean and Harry Tuerk met, sir, as the lead investigator? If I suggest to you that it was in November of 2017 that they met online, will that refresh your memory?
I know they met online on the dating app Bumble. I'm not sure exactly. Yes.
Okay. So, November to December, January, February, March, 5 months. 5 months later, Kathleen McLean and her 3 children moved into his home, right?
Yes.
And you know that prior to that, he was living by himself, he was living alone, right?
I'm not sure of that.
You know what he did for work, you know he was a physician,
I didn't know that.
he worked in Boston,
I didn't know that.
you know he had a lot of the guy toys, he had motorcycles, he had ATVs, things of that nature. You know he had all that stuff, right?
I'm not sure that I knew we had ATVs or what all that stuff. I don't know what you mean by all that stuff.
Okay, well, I mean, he was living a life, he was a single man who was a professional of some repute in Boston, right?
He was a professional doctor in Boston. Yes, I did know that.
Quite successful in his field, right? He was the chief of urology, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. And in the course of the investigation, you knew that at some point he met McLean on Bumble, and then 5 months later, she moved in with her children into his house, right?
I know she moved into the house with her children. I'm not sure 5 months, that could be accurate. I'm not saying it's not.
Would that be important to know the timeline of the relationship between the person, you know, McLean and Harry Tuerk?
I think we established a pretty good timeline in the interview.
I'm sorry?
I think we established a pretty good timeline in the interview.
You did?
I think so.
In the timeline in the interview, sir, did you determine that from March of 18, when they moved into his home, that it would be December of 19 that Harry and Kathleen got married in Las Vegas? Did you know that?
Yes.
Track that down and go to get the documents from Las Vegas to show the drive-through thing with Elvis Presley and all that stuff and the license. Did you get that?
No.
Okay, do you know when they got married and the circumstances of them getting married?
I believe he told me he got married in Vegas.
Okay, he got married in Vegas. Do you know who obtained the license?
No.
Do you know who put in the application for the license?
No.
Do you know when they got the license?
No.
Did you know that initially in the course of their relationship in August of 2019 they were going to be getting married?
No.
Did you know that he canceled the wedding on her and she was quite upset about it?
I don't believe I knew that, no.
So did you determine at some point that they went to Las Vegas in December of 2019, right? You're nodding your head.
Yes.
Okay. You just have to say yes to the record. So why did they go out there, other than the subsidiary issue of getting married in the Elvis Chapel?
I don't know.
Did you know that he was a speaker at an international conference about aging at the Bellagio Hotel?
No.
Did you ask anybody to determine why they were there? Or was it just like, okay, fine, they went out and they get married, big deal, right?
I didn't investigate their marriage, no.
All right. So in any event, you guessed that they got married, and then once they got married, they came back and resumed their life, if you will, in the house located in Dover, right?
Yes.
And her 3 kids were there, right?
Yes.
So during that, and you knew from interviewing people that it was very important to Ms. McLean that her children and that she be allowed to reside in Dover. They liked Dover, it was good schools and all that stuff, right?
I mean, that's a fair statement, yes.
You know, sir, that after they came back from being married in December of 19, that it was, and I think I've been saying 4 to 5 months in the course of the trial, it was about 5 weeks later that he went and consulted with attorney Mary LaCivita. 5 weeks to get a divorce, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Nope.
You're the lead guy. You're the apex investigator. You don't even know when he went to see a lawyer for a divorce 5 weeks after he got married?
Objection is to form.
Okay, it's sustained.
You know that he saw a lawyer?
I know we had a lawyer, yes.
Okay. And who was it?
I'm not sure.
Was it a divorce lawyer?
I believe he told me in the interview that he was communicating with Katie through her divorce attorneys.
You mentioned in general that what we just heard, that they went back and forth negotiating issues through lawyers. Was the status of their relationship, you know, you watch Crime and Order and SVU and stuff like that on TV, the relationship of a homicide victim and her boyfriend or husband or whoever would be important, right?
Yes.
Did you investigate that relationship?
I learned about their relationship through interviews with witnesses.
Okay. So you determined, sir, that, and ultimately you were aware that they got divorced 5 weeks later, right?
I'm not sure 5 weeks is the accurate time. It probably is if you have it there, but
No, when it was that he signed the deed to the property.
no.
Do you know when it was that he retained the attorney that represented him in the divorce, Mary Lucivin?
No.
Do you know that she had sent him an email confirming in January the end of January, the fact that he had retained her as his divorce lawyer to divorce McLean? Did you know that she sent him an email?
I don't think I knew about the email.
Is it important, sir, to know that she went on his emails and saw that day, like January 31st, and went to court like the next day to get a restraining order?
Is it important?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's important or not in this case.
So in any event, you know that she went and obtained a restraining order. As a result of the restraining order, he was ordered out of his house, correct?
He was?
She stayed in the house with the 3 children, right?
Yes.
He had to pay for the house, the mortgage, the taxes, electric, telephone, everything, right?
I'm not sure if he's saying the defendant had to pay for all these bills?
So this is at the height of the pandemic we're talking about.
Yes, it is.
And we all recall, people wearing masks and hiding in their homes, and all of us being afraid and thinking we're going to die and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
It's called, the governor's coined phrases called shelter in place, where you're supposed to stay where?
Indoors.
What?
Indoors?
Indoors, like a house, right? Like a safe place, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now Harry is, in the beginning of February, out of the house, and where does he go?
He ended up going to Florida.
Well, what did he do before he went to Florida?
He stayed with a friend, I believe, in Dover.
And that would be Charlie Lax.
Yes.
And he stayed with Charlie for, what, a couple of weeks?
I'm not exactly sure of the timeline.
He had to leave and he went to Boston, right?
He did.
While he was in Boston, he was in like a bedroom of another friend's house for a period of time, correct?
I know he was staying in Boston. I'm not sure what the setup was, but I know he was staying.
Did you interview any of the people, to find out what his state of mind was, where he was living, what he was doing, anything?
No.
Did you know, sir, that the Board of Trustees in Boston wanted him to leave the building because he was not a leased owner of the building? And Richie Kovitz is the name of his friend, had to tell him to leave. Did you know that?
No.
You know, he then ultimately, with nowhere to go, went to Florida because he had a friend that had a trailer and allowed him to live in his trailer.
He told me that.
Okay. Who, Harry?
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
During the interview on that Saturday.
The interview we heard.
Yes, that's correct.
And do you know where it was in Florida that he stayed in the trailer?
He did tell me, but I forget at the moment, but
You know how long he was in Florida?
I don't.
So during the period of time that he was in Florida, sir, come to your investigation that the negotiations were going on between Harry Tuerk and Catherine McLean, right?
That's when he was telling me he was communicating with her through the attorneys, I believe.
And the negotiations were pertaining to basically money, right? Financial things.
I'm not sure.
Guy was married for 5 weeks. They got lawyers, and they're going to get divorced, right? Yes?
Yes,
When you spoke to Vanessa Pettigrew, you spoke to her, right?
I did.
Vanessa Pettigrew told you that there was an issue of whether or not he would sign a postnup. But if he signed the postnup, everything was good, right?
I'm not sure. I'd have to see that report to refresh my memory.
Well, how about a postnup? Was there a postnup?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody or find out from anybody that there was a postnup where Kathleen McLean demanded $100,000 up front plus that he paid for her attorney's fees and everything else?
No.
Did you ever determine that she wanted on the deed to the property?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
She wanted her name on the deed. It was his house. She wanted 5 weeks of marriage. She wanted on the deed.
I don't know.
So did he sign a deed, at some point and put her name on the deed?
I believe that the day of the incident, there was supposed to be a deed, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe he did sign a deed.
Okay. Excuse me. So I'm approaching you with M for identification, sir, and asking, if you can identify what this is, if you know.
Well, it's titled Quick Claim Deed.
And who are the parties on the deed, if you know the names?
I see the name Ingolf Tuerk.
And for consideration paid in full consideration of less than $100, grants to Ingolf Tuerk and who?
Can you just point to where you're?
Sure, sorry.
Oh, Kathleen McLean. I was looking down there.
Yeah, no problem. As tenants by the entirety because they're married, correct?
Correct.
Now, this deed was to Valley Road, right?
Correct.
And it was signed on April 29th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I would offer this one.
No objection. There's a smaller one in evidence as well, but that's
All right,
fine too.
That's fine. You can mark that.
The 292.
Thank you.
292?
Yes, you're
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it a fair statement, sir, that you, as the lead investigator, do not know pretty much anything about what Harry Tuerk was doing while he was in Florida as it relates to getting a job in Germany, moving to Germany, or Ohio, or anywhere? You don't know anything about that, right?
I believe
As to form.
Overruled. He may answer it.
I believe he told me about Germany in the interview.
Okay, he mentioned the fact about going to Germany. Did you follow through on that? Did you ask him what that means, going to Germany?
I believe he did. I think he told me it was for work.
And he had a job offer out of Germany.
I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Yes.
Go to Germany.
Yes.
Kathleen McLean was not happy with that, right?
Yes, he told me that.
He didn't want to go to Germany.
Yes. Yes.
There was an issue about selling the house, that Kathleen McLean wanted to stay in the house with the children, correct?
I'm not sure if there's an issue about selling the house, but I think it's fair to say she wanted to stay in the house.
One of the issues was what the time frame would be as far as selling the house, and he told you in that interview that he didn't care. She could stay there with the kids until they're done with school and then sell the house, right?
I don't recall that part of the conversation, but
All right.
I'm not denying that you said it.
As you were investigating the case, you went into the house, into the kitchen, up the stairs, and into the bedroom, right?
I mean, I went throughout the house. I'm not sure that's the path I took the very first time I went in the house.
Garage.
Yes.
And you went into the garage, and you go up a little flight of stairs, and you go into like a little anteroom or a mudroom or something, and then you go into the kitchen. You remember that?
I believe that's correct.
And when you went there, sir, other officers were with you?
Yes.
You determined and took photographs of the area, correct?
Photographs were taken, correct.
You ultimately went upstairs, and you noticed that the door to the master bedroom was smashed, right?
The door was broken, correct.
Okay. And you know, sir, that was broken as a result of law enforcement action, correct?
Correct.
In other words, it wasn't a matter that Harry, was in a rage, kicked the door in or something. That was the police officers that used what's called the Halligan bar, which the firefighters use to force things, right?
That's correct.
And when you went in there and you made that observation, sir, that would be, call up 282, please, exhibit 282. So, approaching you with this, exhibit 282.
Okay.
That's a fair depiction right there on the screen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, that depiction on the screen shows exactly where the police officer, who it was, actually forced the door into the bedroom to get into the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Once you get into the bedroom, you were able to make observations of the bed itself, right?
Correct.
283. And when you made the observation, exhibit 283, you saw the bed, you saw the bedclothes on the floor, right?
Correct.
You saw what appeared to be a round spot of blood in the dead center middle of the bed, correct?
Correct.
That's the area of the bed, and Harry indicated to you that night that they had sex that night, right?
He said they had sex, correct.
Okay. He also indicated to you, sir, that it was in this bedroom that's depicted on 283 that the argument occurred in the area of the bed, right?
That's what he said, yes.
You asked him if it was on the bed, if it was near the bed, and his response was in the area of the bed, right?
Correct.
Basically, not on the bed itself, but on the floor, in front of the bed, right?
I don't know that to be true.
So when you went into the bedroom, sir, you made observations of the floor, right?
Yes,
You saw the broken glass on the floor, right?
I did.
And you observed the broken glass all over the floor that looked as though it was shattered, and that was in the front of the end of the bed. I forget what you call it, the end board,
I know what you mean, but yes, in the front, yeah.
right?
Yep.
Now, there was also a broken glass that was on a piece of furniture. This would be Exhibit 284, right?
That's correct.
And that was picked up by a police officer and put up on the desk around that piece of furniture, right?
I'm not sure about that.
Well, who put it there?
I don't know.
Did you ask any of the cops that were working for you who put it there? Because they went in first, you're aware.
Yes,
And they're all running around looking for whether or not they're looking for the pinging phone, right?
that's what they were doing, yes.
Dog there, right?
I'm not sure if there was a dog there, but they were looking for Katie.
Well, I understand they were looking for Katie, but I'm asking you, sir, about the circumstances of the broken glass that was shattered, and it was all over the floor, and there's one chunk of it that's up, and it shows by Exhibit 4, is on the piece of furniture, right?
That's correct.
Now, you don't know who placed that glass there?
I don't.
Do you know how many police officers were involved in the entry into that bedroom area?
I don't.
So when you, in the course of the investigation, go to the hospital, you learn in the academy that one of the things that's important is when you're interrogating a citizen or a person who's a suspect in a crime, there are a number of things that you want to be aware of, correct? In other words, you want to be aware of their state of mind.
Correct.
Are they aware? Are they out of it? Are they sleepy? Are they drunk? Stoned? Anything, right?
Yes.
So the first thing you would do is you have a conference with, I guess, the medical staff, right?
I had a conversation with Ailish Wilkie
All right. And the conversation with her took place on what date?
on May 16th.
And it was your understanding that you had permission to speak to Harry Tuerk, right?
Yes.
And you indicated to the jurors that you saw him walk into the room, the family room, I think it's referred, and sit down, I guess, to talk to you guys, right?
That's correct.
Now, did you know when he was admitted to the hospital?
He was admitted the previous day around 10 a.m., maybe a little after 10 a.m.
And when he was admitted to the hospital, and after they do their triage and they do their initial evaluations, what was the observation or determination of the medical staff as to his condition when he was admitted to the hospital the day before?
When he was admitted to the hospital, he was unresponsive. I'm not sure what further.
Unresponsive.
I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know. Was he on drugs?
I don't know.
How about alcohol? Did you know that he was practically dead from alcohol?
Just objection as to form.
Sustained.
Well, do you know that he had any effect of alcohol at all on this person?
At that time, no.
What about at any time?
I recently learned he had a high blood alcohol content, but at that,
In other words, now you were a road trooper, right?
I was.
You're familiar with stopping people for drunk driving charges, right?
Correct.
You're familiar with the breathalyzer.
Yes.
Familiar with blood testing.
Yes.
You know that when they take blood from a hospital that it's called serum blood as opposed to whole blood, right?
Yes.
You know there's a conversion factor that's involved. In other words, you got to convert the serum level into what is called whole blood level for the breathalyzer conversion, right? So a 226 serum blood level is about a 0.40, which is like almost borderline dead, right? To your knowledge?
I'm not sure of that calculation. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I don't know
All
that.
right, did you know he had a 226 blood alcohol when he went into the hospital?
At that time, no, I did not know that.
Anytime.
Yes, I recently learned that, but I did not know that at that time.
And did you determine, sir, and when was it recently? Was it a couple of days ago? Somebody show you the medical records?
It was today.
Today. So
Yes.
when you looked at the medical records today, sir, were you able to determine that it was noted that he was a high suicide risk?
I did not know that.
That in fact he was comatose and was in a coma from alcohol when he was first admitted to the hospital, and when he finally regained consciousness, that's when you guys came in and talked to him, right?
We came and talked to him around 5 p.m. the following day.
Sure. Now, the notification in the hospital records would indicate what's called acute alcohol poisoning. You understand, and you know what that means, right?
I do.
You made observations of the Glenfiddich Scotch bottle that was in the, did you go to the hotel, by the way?
I only went to the hotel to drop off the search warrants on the way to 29 Valley Road in Dover to do that search warrant.
Okay, so the answer is yes, you went to the hotel.
I didn't go inside the hotel. I just went to the parking lot of the hotel and handed them a search warrant and kept going.
You know, sir, that there was a bottle of scotch that was empty in the bedroom of the hotel room?
I believe I knew there was alcohol in the Jeep at that time.
Alcohol in the Jeep?
And I may have known at the time too that there was alcohol in the hotel room.
You know what was in the hotel room? Yes, you don't know?
At this moment, I can't. I probably knew at that time, but I just.
You might have forgotten. Okay. In any event, sir, you also noted in the property, the Dover property, that there were a number of alcohol glasses and martini glasses and alcohol bottles in the kitchen and in the area of the living room, right?
I don't recall that at the moment.
Do you have, at any moment, a recall of all of these items in the house?
Are we at 29 Valley or the Residence Inn?
The Valley.
Oh,
Said the
29
house.
Valley.
The house in Dover.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, pull up 106. You recognize that, sir?
Yes,
That's the kitchen, right?
that's correct.
Okay, the living room. Recognize that, sir? That's the living room?
I do.
Thank you. Take that down. You put the lights on. One of the things is that you interviewed some people. I think you told the jury that you had occasion to interview potential witnesses, such as Vanessa Pettigrew, right?
I interviewed her that day, correct?
And Vanessa Pettigrew, one of the things is that you showed us that she signed an authorization for you guys to get access to her phone, find out, like, by way of a phone dump, texts, photos, emails, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
And then you talked to Kurt. Remember Kurt?
I do.
And you indicated to the jury that you had occasion to talk to Kurt, and that Kurt signed a form authorizing you guys to get access to his phone for purposes of the phone dump, to get his text messages, cell phone documentation, records, and emails, photographs, right?
Correct.
And he signed that, right?
He did.
And did you determine, sir, that, let me ask you this. How many text messages did you get off of Kurt's phone?
I don't know the answer to that.
Why not?
You asked me for a number of text messages on his phone?
Like about 6.
What's that?
They're like 6 messages.
Okay.
Well, when you go to somebody as the lead investigator, you ask them to sign a document that allows you to get access to the cell phone, to do the phone dump, and try to get do you ask them whether or not they deleted text messages?
I'm not sure if I asked him that.
Did you know whether or not Kurt, for example, had any type of a relationship, let's say, different than that of a friend with Ms. McLean?
Just objection as to form.
Sustained in that form.
Did you ever talk to Kurt about whether or not he had an affair with McLean?
I don't know.
Did you ever ask Kurt whether or not he deleted text messages on his phone?
I did not.
Do you know that Kurt, in fact, that there were over 5,374 text messages on his phone that were deleted?
I did not know that.
So when you spoke with Kurt, you basically asked him about the text that he had received from Harry saying to the effect of, she's a double brother, she, duped us all, and I'm sorry, and things of that nature, right?
Yes,
And you spoke to Kurt about that, right?
I did.
And Kurt indicated that he was a good friend of Harry's, right?
He said he was a friend of Harry and Katie's, yes.
Okay. Did he say that he was a good friend of Harry's?
He said he was friends with the two of them.
Friends with the two of them.
Yes.
And when you were talking with Kurt, you asked him, I imagine, about that text that he received at 4:31 in the morning.
I'm sure I did.
Did you ask Harry about the text when you were talking to him in the hospital?
Yes, we told him about the text a couple times.
When did that text occur?
Why did he?
Yeah.
I think he felt bad for what he did.
No, not what you think. What did he tell you? You just told the jury that you asked him about it, that he made a statement to you in the interrogation at the hospital. What did he tell you about the text occur? Why he did it?
I think he said he didn't remember doing it.
Okay. One of the things that you're concerned about as a detective is when you're speaking with someone, their physical condition as well as their condition by way of alcohol or drugs or mental illness, right?
Yes.
I'm going to approach you with a photograph, sir, and ask if you, this would be L for ID. L for ID, excuse me. Have you ever seen that photograph before, sir?
I believe I have.
When was that taken?
I believe that was taken after the interview.
After the interview?
I believe so.
All right. And offer this, please, Judge. Can you pull it up?
No objection.
All right, is there something on the other side as well?
Yeah, well, I can ask you about that.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Judge. It is. That's also a picture of Harry's head, correct?
That is?
And that would be the left side of his head, like over here, right?
Yes.
I'll offer it now.
All right, as one exhibit, two sides?
Yes, please.
No objection?
No, thank you.
There'll be exhibit 293, formerly ELF identification.
Now, one of the things that you did is you noted that he had, obviously it indicated to you at some point that he was struck by glass, and then further into the interview, he indicated he was struck by something in his head, right?
That's correct.
Did you ask him if he suffered any injury to his head?
No.
Did you have occasion to observe any injury to his head?
I saw the mark on top of, I believe, the right side of his head. I think I photographed that.
Okay, so what's depicted there would be the left side of his head, right?
That's correct.
Now, in your police reports, or one of your reports, you indicated that it appeared as though he had a bruise to the left side of his head, but it's not the left side of his head, it was the right side of his head, right?
I mean, that's the left side of his head, and I see
Those
it.
are like little birthmarks. He still has them right here as we're sitting here today.
Okay.
Those little marks on the left side of his head.
I'm not a doctor. I don't know. It looks like a mark on his head there to me.
Did he tell you where he was struck on his head?
No. I don't believe he did.
Really? So you're investigating a homicide, experienced guy, head of the whole investigation. You've got the person that's making a full statement to you, tells you that he was struck by glass or something. You don't pursue that? You don't ask him that? Anything further about that? Where did it happen?
Objection as to form.
Overruled.
I'm not sure I asked him where exactly that occurred.
Okay. At some point, did anybody ask him where it occurred? Anticipating the case being objective?
I don't think so. I think we assumed it happened, during their argument.
You assumed.
Yes.
So let's assume then that there was an argument, and the argument was in the bedroom?
Possibly. Or downstairs.
It's a homicide case, sir. You're the lead investigator. You're telling us possibly, maybe, you think? You don't know?
He told me the incident happened in the bedroom.
Did he tell you the circumstances about her holding his cell phone in a rage and screaming at him about communicating with a woman named Kate Kelly?
He did mention that part of their argument.
And did he indicate to you that he and Kate Kelly were friends that go back like 17 years?
He did mention that they were friends, and I think he told me that he had performed surgery on Kate Kelly's dad.
Okay. Did he tell you that she was holding his cell phone and showing him the text message with Kate Kelly while she's holding the drink, and he was on his knees on the floor? Did he tell you that?
No.
Did you ask him any conversation that occurred before being struck by the glass? Did she say anything to him?
I think we did ask him if she was saying things to him. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Excellent. Outstanding. What's your memory?
Objection.
Sustained.
What's your memory that, what,
I think he said that she called him motherfucker, and something else.
okay?
I think that's what he told me.
And did he indicate to you that in the course of that exchange, that she smashed him in the head with the glass?
No.
Did he indicate that he was struck by the glass, or any glass?
He said he was hit with an object, I believe. He wasn't sure if it was a glass.
Okay. So in the very beginning, and we have the transcript, in the very beginning, sir, he indicates that he was struck by a glass. It was in the course of the further questioning that he says, I'm not sure, it was glass or something. Is that fair?
The second half I know is fair, yes. I'm not sure if he said glass the first time.
All right, so as a homicide investigator, knowing that there's glass all over the bedroom floor, knowing that there's jagged glass up on that piece of furniture, what did you do to find out the circumstances of the glass becoming shattered on the floor?
I asked him multiple times if she hit him with a glass.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, sir, one of the things that you noticed, I think you said, was the cut on the right side of the head, right?
Yes.
And that was photographed as well, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm looking at the photograph, sir, and asking, excuse me, if you can identify, is this a fair and accurate depiction of his head?
Yes.
All right, can you hold that?
Yep.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, it may be admitted.
Exhibit 295, excuse me, 294.
Can you pull up 294, Steve? See the right side of the head. All right. Now, Exhibit 294, is this where you noted, you see what looks like a scabrous thing? Is that what you noted the cut by his hairline, sir?
That's what I thought was a cut, yes.
Well, it was a cut. It wasn't that you thought it was a cut. It was a cut, wasn't it?
It looks like a cut to me.
Okay. And likewise, another photograph that you guys took with a different type of lighting shows the same area of the head, correct?
Correct.
All right, enough of that.
No objection.
All right, may be admitted.
Exhibit 295.
Did you ask him, or did he indicate to you in any detail how that actually happened? How he got that cut?
No.
Can you tell me why you guys would take a picture after the questioning while he's passed out or sleeping in the bed?
I didn't take that photograph.
Well, who did?
I'm assuming it's the trooper from Crime Scene Services.
Assuming again. It's okay, but you're assuming, right?
Yes.
Well, you're the head guy. Did you tell him to take the picture?
That particular photo?
Yeah.
No.
Well, why did he take a picture of him after he talked to you guys and he's all wide awake and aware, ready to do a Fred Astaire tap dance?
Objection as to
Sustained.
form.
So, who took the picture of him and why?
Well, can we do one question at a time, please?
Who took the picture?
I believe that picture was taken from a trooper in Crime Scene Services.
You know why?
That particular photo there, I don't know why.
What exhibit is that, Mr. Reddington, so we have a clear record?
293.
I'm sorry.
Looking at Exhibit K for identification, sir, you made reference to injuries to his wrist, right?
Yes,
And you saw that, correct?
I did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the marks on his wrist?
They are.
Now, what offer this, Your Honor?
No objection.
All right, may be admitted.
So there's,
296, formerly K for
There you go.
identification.
Now, let's talk about the Jeep a little bit. The woman, the detective from Dedham, what was her name, Gonski?
That's correct.
So Detective Gonski was talking about, well, you know, the Jeep was parked pretty good in between the lines, and it looks to us as though you didn't have any difficulty parking the vehicle, right?
She said that, yes.
And that would be to basically say, okay, well, come on, man, you were fine, you pulled up to the hotel, you weren't intoxicated, you weren't inebriated, you had no difficulty driving the car, right?
That's fair, yes.
Can you pull up the vehicle pictures? Yeah. Okay, so that's the first picture of the white Jeep, right?
Correct.
Now, who owned that white Jeep?
I believe that,
Kate McLean's car. Kate McLean's car. Who owned that car?
I believe Ingolf owned the vehicle.
Yes, and he let her drive it, right?
I believe so, yes.
Just like he owned the Mercedes, correct?
Yes,
And in
I
fact,
believe so.
only she would drive the Mercedes a lot, but lately he wanted her to ride she wanted to drive the Jeep, right?
That sounds right.
So that's the vehicle that's parked in between the two white lines next to the Residence Inn, right?
Correct.
You can see that it's parked to the right-hand side of the two white lines. You can do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Next one. This one here is practically up on the sidewalk. You can see the tires crushing up against the sidewalk, right?
The ties are hitting the sidewalk, correct.
Are these marked exhibits?
Yeah, I believe they are.
All right, if,
What are they?
Yeah.
This,
It's 117? 116?
all right.
118.
No
Next one is one more. Again, depicting the vehicle parked in the parking area, correct? All right, thank you. Put the light on. Would you agree with me that in a lot of your questioning, Harry was, well, put it this way, he was pretty cooperative, right?
He was.
He was a gentleman.
He was.
He answered your questions, it appeared, to the best of his ability, right?
I think so.
He had some memory issues, or he had some difficulty recalling some items, correct?
He told us that several times during the interview, correct?
You know, calm and talking with him as well, right?
I think so,
It was
yes.
basically just like a conversation effect, right?
Yes,
And there's no overbearing, you know, techniques or anything, right?
correct.
You were trying to be fair.
I think we were fair, yes.
Okay. He did ask what day was today. He didn't even know what day it was, right?
He did ask me that.
And also, he actually got McLean's name confused, the kids' names confused. They were McLean, and then he thought, no, they're not McLean, they're Roca. Remember that?
I do, but he corrected himself, so.
He what?
He corrected his statement.
Okay, so he had the mental acuity to recall that he was wrong when he said that it was McLean as the name, and then corrected that to say that, no, it's not McLean, it's Roca.
That's how I took it, yes.
Okay. When he makes the statement about the vehicle, strike that, when he makes the statement about being struck initially by the glass, well, the transcript will bear that out, and then further into the transcript, he's talking about something, right?
Yes,
It's fair to say that it's pretty clear that he was not trying to, you know, oh my God, I got hit in the head with a drinks glass and it shattered and it's all over. He didn't say that, did he?
he did not.
He basically said on one occasion it was a glass, and after that he's like, something hit me in the head, right?
That's correct.
There was evidence of something hitting him in the head, right?
Yes, he had a cut on his head.
Evidence of broken glass all over the bedroom floor, right?
That's correct.
And he indicated that when you guys asked whether or not he hit her, and he said, no, I didn't hit her. I may have, and I think it's jury's maybe not mine, but I must have reacted, is what he said, right?
That sounds correct.
I must have reacted to her after the glass, after he was struck, right?
Is that the statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, he was asked whether or not he hit her, and again, he says, I don't think I hit her. Then he was asked again about grabbing her, admitted that he had grabbed her, reacting to being struck by the glass, stated, I was drunk, I was very drunk, is what he said, correct?
Correct.
Indicated, I believe his words were, I must have snapped, is that correct?
I believe he did say that.
He made no observation, I mean, he had like scratches all over his arms, his legs, and everywhere else, right?
He did.
Looking at Exhibit 289,
Mr. Reddington, do you want to put gloves on?
sorry?
Put gloves on?
At this stage, Judge, I don't need gloves, no.
Ms. Beatty?
That's all set, thank you.
It's fine.
What is Exhibit 289?
No objection?
It's okay.
Go ahead.
What is Exhibit 289, sir?
That's his shirt.
Gary's shirt. Okay. And as you said, it was cut because of the EMTs and their treatments, correct?
I think so. That's common.
Generally, that's unusual with what's done, right?
That's correct.
And the other exhibit would be the jeans
Yes.
belt, correct?
Yes.
What was he wearing for footwear when you guys spoke or saw him, if you know?
He was barefoot when we spoke with him, I
How
believe.
about when he went into the hospital? What was he wearing for clothing, for footwear?
I don't think he had shoes on his feet.
Didn't have any shoes on his feet, so he was barefoot, right? And that's why the feet are cut up or chopped up a little bit as well, right?
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure how the cuts happened to his feet.
There were some injuries to the feet, right?
I did.
Yeah, injuries to the calves, right?
Yes.
And on one occasion, for example, you made reference to, in your testimony that you referred to, and it's understandable, could I have Exhibit 82, please? Okay, for example, in the course of your testimony, you made reference to the fact that it was a right arm, but in fact, it's a leg, right? Obviously, it's a leg, it's not an arm, correct?
That's a leg.
Okay. And you made reference to his hands. Exhibit 57, please. Took photographs of his body, and he basically cooperated with your request, right?
He did.
Exhibit 57 shows what would be the left hand, correct?
That's correct.
And his next photograph, please, would be Exhibit 58. And of course, that would be the hand flipped over, and it shows the marks on the wrist, correct?
It does.
59. That's the right hand, correct?
Correct.
60. That's the right hand?
The right hand flipped over. Yes.
Okay. Pull up 61, please. You indicated, sir, that, again, it's a jury's memory, not mine, but you indicated in your testimony that, sir, was his right eye, but in fact, it's his left. Is that correct?
That's his left side of his face.
Does that show those two little birthmarks that I'm talking about?
I think I could see them, yes.
Yeah, right above the eyebrow?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you take that down. Take the lights off, thank you. By the way, you indicated that you took a DNA sample?
Yes.
A buccal swab or a buccal swab, depending on how you pronounce it, right?
Correct.
And he cooperated in that as well, correct?
He did.
And that was sent off for examination, correct?
Correct.
Now, he also told you that, in fact, that Ms. McLean, that they were married, and they were, at this point, living together again in the house, right?
Well, at the time of the incident,
Yeah,
he was in the process of maybe moving back in, but he was staying at the hotel.
but he was staying at the hotel, but it was by agreement that he was at the house, right?
Yeah,
And he told you that he had sex with her that night, correct?
he did.
Yeah. And the DNA, by the way, whenever you have DNAs, I mean, it can be blood, right?
Yes.
It can be semen, right?
Yes.
It can be sweat, right?
Yes.
Could be saliva,
Yes.
could be skin.
Yes.
So any of those things can lead to a DNA found somewhere, right?
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
There is. That's all I have, thank you.
Sergeant Kotkowski, you stated that you spoke with Dr. Tuerk after 5 o'clock on the 16th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have an understanding about what, when it was that he awoke that day?
I want to say he woke that morning.
The morning of the 16th?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking the photographs of Dr. Tuerk?
Just to document the injuries he had.
Okay. And what methodology did you take? Why did you document what you documented?
Because I thought it was important to document that he had injuries.
Okay. And did you document some of the injuries, or how did you make those decisions?
I documented the visible injuries I could see.
Okay. Anything that you could see?
I believe so.
And when you were talking with Dr. Tuerk in general, in that statement, what types of information were you trying to obtain?
At first, I was just trying to establish, background between him and Katie, and the ultimate goal was to find Katie McLean.
You were asked some questions about the pandemic and people having to stay home. Were you staying home from work during that time period?
No.
Ms. Gilman, could we get the residence in video back up again? Just one. Sorry, 278. Could we play that again? Okay, and could we play the next one? Okay, can you pause it? Are you able to see what footwear Dr. Tuerk had on his feet?
I am.
What is that?
It's sandals.
Okay. Just a minute, please, Rory.
Yeah.
If I may, counsel asked you about whether or not you...
One second. Is there another question?
No, thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Counsel asked you whether or not you stayed home from work during the pandemic, right?
Yes.
Well, I mean, seriously, you're what's called an essential employee, right?
Yes.
You didn't take off the pandemic and stay in your house. You had to go out, do your homicide detective job, things of that nature.
Well,
right?
that's what I wanted to correct. There was a time, I'm not sure it was around that same time, that we did work from home, but we still went out to calls.
Sure.
And
Investigate things, right?
we did, but there was a time that we did stay at home, yes. But I just can't remember if that was that particular
That's
week.
okay. You wore a mask, right?
Yes,
N95.
yes.
You certainly didn't, after working for 3 or 4 hours in the day, go grab a beer or something to eat with a friend after you got out of work, did you? You couldn't even go into a restaurant, right?
That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you may step down, sir. All right, so jurors, it's 4 o'clock. We're going to break for the day in just a minute.